like turtles. I like turtles. I like turtles.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Am I correct?
Paleoapato 1, Paleoapato 2, Paleoapato 3, Paleoapato 4, Paleo.
I like turtles.
オサガメは太平洋や大西洋、インド洋に地中海などいろんなところに住むウミガメの仲間で、日本でも時々見つかったりすることがあります。大きさは大きいものだと2メートル以上、重さ500キロ以上と、身近なものだと自動販売機と同じくらいの、ウミガメどころか今生きているカメの中では一番大きい、すごいでかいカメです。しかも、一番は大きさだけでなく、泳ぐ速さもウミガメで一番速くて、潜る深さも1000メートル以上と、これまた一番深くて、泳ぐ距離も1万2000キロと、記録尽くしのとんでもないカメだったりします。そんなオサガメは、見た目が非常に特徴的で、 形は上から見ると他の亀に比べて細長い流線形で、頭からお尻の方にかけてキールがある。モーターボートをひっくり返したような形になっていて、それのおかげで水の抵抗が少なく速く泳げるのではと考えられています。そしてもう一つ、見た目の大きな特徴として、他の亀のような硬い甲羅がないっていうのもあります。オサガメの甲羅は細かい骨が集まってアスファルト舗装されたみたいになった上を皮膚が覆っていて、硬いゴムのような弾力性を持っています。この弾力性のおかげで水深1000メートル以上潜っても水圧に耐えることができるというわけです。ちなみに、こういった特徴から、オサガメは英語だとレザーバックタートルもしくはレザーバックシータートルって言いますが、
Well, hello, everybody, and... Oh, goodness, hang on. What's this now? It's one problem after another with OBS today. That didn't happen in the 15 times that I restarted OBS and then restarted Windows. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. If it's your very first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, talking about why it's important, why it will enrich your life to understand this. Being able to appreciate where we fit in as human beings into the grand scheme of life on Earth, it's a big deal, you know? And while I primarily work on dinosaurs, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I excavate when I'm in the field. Minnie, sweetie, stop. You're gonna push the camera over. I can't, no. We gotta at least go like this. There we go. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, I work on dinosaurs mostly. So if you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about the fossil record, the history of life on Earth, extinction, evolution, biodiversity, all that good stuff, don't hesitate to ask. Today, we're going to be focused primarily on, well, I think we might be doing some focusing on this species here, which I guess is going to continue to show up. Sweetie Pie made like 8 appearances on yesterday's stream. But focusing a lot on these critters today. Dermachelys coriacea, one of the most remarkable creatures living on our planet today. The leatherback turtle. We'll be talking a lot about them and kind of using that as a springboard for discussion about ocean conservation, about the evolution of life in the seas, about what that all means, you know? So I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah, there you go, Charlie's Dragon. After we focused on Sweetie, we'll focus on leatherbacks. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? She hears me start the stream and she just comes running. Because she knows she's gonna get some treats, huh? Sweetie Pie, let's get you paid, huh? She happens to be one of my landlords here where I live, and I gotta make sure that we keep you well paid, huh? Look at all this long fur you got down here. Look at all that. Oh. Okay, I'll do it. Alright, here we go. Jeez, yeah. Emoto Sweetie dressed as Mr. Monopoly. There you go, Lordy, yeah. Oh, look at those. Is that up to your standards? Don't drop them on my keyboard, please. Anyway, a little discombobulated today. Had about 35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes worth of OBS issues. Finally resolved, partly. And still getting over this ear infection, too. The antibiotics are doing their thing. I can hear partly out of this ear now. It actually started clearing up right after the end of yesterday's stream. So I'm happy about that, but I'm not at 100% yet. While yesterday it felt like I was talking with a bucket over my head, today it only feels like I'm talking with a colander over my head. You know? Feels semi-permeable. So that's an improvement. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be at 100%. So, we'll see. Oh, there you go. Yeah. But let's scroll up and see who's here in the chat. I saw Matt M33 and Kodali, I think, right at the beginning, as well as Fall Machine. And Lenina, I saw Isolated. Lenina, how are you doing, Lenina? Welcome, welcome. Tommy Ploticus. Squiggles to Gabo. Golganek. Demon Prince. Claire Burr, how are you doing, Claire? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day, Claire. XVR27, howdy, howdy. Cast the Dreamer. What's Shaken? Dark Muppeteer, and I am Morvosh. The Trek Nerd, and Max Devlin. Incognito, and Bush Doctor. Shark Geek, I hope you're having a good day too. It's good to see you as always. Pogo Wogo said,
I like turtles.
it's a sentiment that I share. Fried Egg, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Reality Ripple, what's shaken? Demon Prince. Santosh F, hello, hello. Turtle Tuesday. Indeed. Yeah. And I'm glad you liked that video. That was fun to put together. It didn't take nearly as long as some of the other cold opens, because all I did was add subtitles. I don't read or speak or understand Japanese, but I thought I got the gist of it, you know? Kimilea, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Let's see. Cast Me Out Black, what's shaking with you? Good to see ya. Son of Austerlitz, I'm so sorry to hear about your cat. My goodness. I hope you're doing okay. I'm sure you gave that cat a very, very good life. I hope you're taking care of yourself. I'm really sorry to hear that. Wolvulus, how are you doing? Hello, hello, Mr. Poolshot. What's shaken? Charlie's Dragon, I think I already said hello to, but hello, hello. Lordy, how are you doing? MS Coggins, Scoobs, Trick Tracks, Noxy Monster. And, yeah. Good to have everybody here. Ordo Spacist, what's shaking with you? Hello, hello. Max Devlin's already got a question. Do we know what type of lifespan any dinosaurs had? We know the lifespan of many dinosaurs today, because dinosaurs happen to be a very diverse group. And it's just going to do that everywhere, isn't it? Hang on. Get rid of that. The Dinosauria happens to include birds, including all modern birds. Well, all birds are dinosaurs, including all modern birds, too. And we know the lifespans of modern birds, they tend to be... Well, some of them are pretty extraordinary. There are certain birds like, psittaciform birds, parrots in particular, they can have lifespans that exceed those of people. So there are many, many stories of pet parrots who end up outliving their owners. It's a routine thing. They do this all the time. So they can get to 80, I think, Sister Alice Dragon. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. As for non-bird dinosaurs, when we're talking about kind of the bigger critters in this group, we're only starting to develop an understanding of how long they could live. Decades and decades ago, the typical speculative answer would be like, well, you know, sauropods like this, they're enormous, so they must take dozens, maybe hundreds of years to attain this size, just based on how big they are. But that's not really a scientific answer. Science is all about testing ideas using evidence. So how do you go about testing an idea like that? How do you end up figuring out how old an individual dinosaur was when it died? Well, we do that through histology. So by cutting the bones open, we can actually figure out how many years each of these animals had under their belt when they died. It's sort of like reading tree rings to figure out how old a tree was before it got cut down, you know? See if I can find you a clip here. This'll work.
Hi, my name's Lisa Herzog. I'm in the Paleontology Research Lab here at the museum. And in front of me, laid out, I have a femur of a fossil theropod dinosaur known as Acrocanthosaurus. Acrocanthosaurus is one of our most famous specimens that is on display and mounted in the museum.
This happens to be the Lenina's favorite dinosaur as well. She even has a tattoo of this critter.
However, we had to take the original bones off display so that we could preserve them. This fossil has something known as pyrite disease or pyrite decay, which can be very detrimental for a specimen if it's not stored in a controlled environment.
This is a serious issue, but that's not really relevant to what we're talking about here. Let's talk about histology.
Now that the specimen's off display, one of the things we are doing with it is conducting additional research on the specimen to help with the body of research on this particular animal. The process we're doing is called creating a histological slide, or it's also known as histology, which means that we're going to be looking at the specimen on a microscopic level in cross-section. So what we have to do for that is cut the specimen in half. Before we go through this whole process, we consult with other members of the department to make sure that this is a worthwhile venture.
I would argue that this is almost always a worthwhile venture. Like, if you've got the specimen, get as much data out of it as you possibly can, you know? This is vitally important stuff. It's the only reliable way to tell how old a dinosaur was when it died.
Because it is a destructive process. So I've already gone through the first step of this process. I cut the bone in half, and then I cut a section out of it. And here's what it looks like now. After this section was cut out, this little slice, I embedded it in a clear epoxy resin for stability. Yep. I'm going to be polishing this real smooth and gluing it down to a slide. And then we're going to polish it even more so it's very, very thin and transparent, and we can look at it.
This is how you can see the rings.
With light transmitting through the slide.
Does that make
sense?
sense?
Microscope, and we can actually see the cellular structure of the bone. One of the things that this can...
So I think it's important to explain this process because that's what science is. It's, you know, a process. Sorry, there's cat saliva all over this. I could just tell you an answer like, most dinosaurs lived a few decades or whatever if they're big. That's not a very helpful answer. My whole point here in doing these streams is to do science outreach, to try and show you how paleontology really works, to walk you through some of these processes. It's, in some ways, the journey is more important than the destination when we're talking about a subject like this. This is how we actually test these ideas. That's the important thing. It's more important than just like a factoid. And often in science, especially in sciences like paleontology, there's a lot of nuance there that is more important than just having a quick pat answer, you know?
Tell us is how an animal grew, if there's any sort of pathologies, meaning if it had any kind of diseases, it'll show up in its bone, and it'll help us understand how old this animal might have been when it died. Was it really, really old? Was it a teenager? Was it still growing? We can tell that by looking at the specimen in this way.
Yep.
This is actually a pretty common method in paleontology.
Not common enough, in my opinion, but yeah.
Especially for this type of dinosaur. So one of the things we're planning on doing with the dueling dinosaurs is processing the Tyrannosaur in this way.
Oh boy,
It'll
I
help
forgot
us
about this.
understand that animal even better, and we're looking forward to doing that process.
So this process of histology is incredibly important because this is basically what resurrected Nanotyrannus. There was a big controversy for a long time. Is Nanotyrannus valid? Is this... There we go. Is it real? And that's the wrong question. I hate when people say that because it's like, that's a dumb way to ask that question. Of course the animal is real. The question is it different from Tyrannosaurus? Is it just a young T-Rex or is it a different species? I think the real smoking gun here that showed us that this is a different kind of dinosaur is the histological analysis here. They were able to take an important specimen of Nanotyrannus, cut the bones open, and figure out, oh shoot, this animal is almost done growing, but it's way smaller than an adult T-Rex. This is a different kind of dinosaur. So anyway, I hope I've sold you on the idea of histology being important. Like, it's a big deal. That being said, what is the lifespan for different dinosaurs? Well, we've got a big diversity of dinosaurs. Different shapes, different sizes, different lifestyles, different metabolisms, different life histories. Some dinosaurs, like your small little theropods, including birds, tend to have shorter lifespans, we think. Larger dinosaurs may have lived a bit longer, but that's the thing, is we don't really have a very big sample size yet. We've only been able to find what we call an EFS, an external fundamental signature, in like a handful of different dinosaurs. So we don't have very many dinosaurs preserved who were fully mature. And I don't know if we know of any dinosaur specimens who died of old age. This is largely a sampling thing. Like, if we do more histology, we'll have a bigger sample size, and we'll be able to get a better picture for what the lifespans of different kinds of dinosaurs are. But right now, this sort of thing is still kind of in its infancy, you know? We haven't done this enough to really have a good idea of what's typical. So how old did dinosaurs get? Well, depends what kind we're talking about. And beyond that, it's hard to say at this point. We don't have enough information yet for me to be able to give you like a broad general answer. So I hope that makes sense. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, you are so bored right now. Is there nothing else to do in the house? Trick Check says, why do animals not live for hundreds or thousands of years? Some of them do. That's the thing, is that some animals do live a very, very long time. I could show you some examples of famously long-lived animals. The one that everybody's going to think of first, probably, is, tortoises. So some of these Galapagos tortoises can live to be tremendously old. So Lonesome George is a good example. So he was born probably around 1910. And he died June 24th, 2012. So he was well over 100 years old. There are other ones who are thought to be probably twice that age. Other tortoises. So these critters have very slow metabolisms. Oh, Sweetie Pie, your tail is all wet. Did you put your tail in my drink? You did. Great. There's cat hair all over the inside of that. Ugh. Anywho. Yeah. Slow metabolism seems to be one of the keys to living a really long time as an animal. If we're talking about vertebrates, another example of a famously long-lived critter is the Greenland shark. So these guys have been estimated to be hundreds of years old, which is pretty extraordinary. Yeah, here we go, from science. Greenland shark may live 400 years. Smashing longevity record.
Allosaurus, ancient predecessor of the
And
Tyrannosaurus.
hello, Kevin. Thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Giant meat eater.
Good
with
evening,
long,
everyone.
dagger-like teeth.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. And then we've got invertebrate animals who can live for longer than this, maybe a few thousand years. Yeah, here we go. So, Ming, also known as Hafrun, was an ocean quahog clam that was dredged off the coast of Iceland in 2006, whose age was calculated by counting annual growth lines in the shell. So just like in a dinosaur bone, or in a tree ring, you've got these annual growth lines. Ming was the oldest individual non-clonal animal ever discovered whose age could be precisely determined. Thought to be 405 years old, Ming was later determined to be 507 years old, although the clam had previously been killed to make this determination. So there you go. That is kind of a tragic thing, is sometimes when critters like this are tested for their age, the test involves killing the organism. So, moving outside of animals into plants, the longest lived individual plant is probably a bristlecone pine. Yeah, they are famously long-lived. The oldest bristlecone pine in the White Mountains is Methuselah. That's what this one has been named by researchers. Who has a verified age of 4,857 years. These are extremely slow-growing organisms. Let's watch a video on this. Because it is fascinating, and it's a nice springboard for discussion here. Yeah. Oh, and there you go, Alexander Morrison. A Nile crocodile named Henry is at least 100+ years old and still has a mouth mostly filled with teeth. Good for him. Yeah. Also a critter with a fairly slow metabolism. And by slow metabolism, I mean you don't have to eat very often. You don't move around all that much. You're kind of living life in the slow lane, you know? Your heart maybe doesn't beat that often. You think of it kind of like mileage on a car. Maybe that's a good analogy, you know? If you're driving your car several hundred miles every day, it's gonna break down faster than if you keep your car in the garage. You only drive it maybe a few times a month. You know, the parts don't wear out as fast when you're not using it as often. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. Here we go.
Jean Calment lived to be 122, the oldest human being that we know of. When she was 13, she met Vincent van Gogh. But by the time she died, we had the internet. Even the longest human life is nothing to this tree. This guy was just a sapling around the beginning of the Mayan calendar. And by the time Stonehenge had been constructed, it was already hundreds of years old. Today, you can take a picture of this still living bristlecone pine with your iPhone. Earth is full of really old things. Most of them are dead, but not all of them. We live alongside a shadow universe where age is measured in thousands of years, and where organisms of every shape and size redefine what it means to live. For nearly a decade, artist and photographer Rachel Sussman has been seeking out these organisms all over the world.
The oldest living things in the world are a record and celebration of our past, a call to action in the present, and a barometer of our future.
I like that.
An utterly different.
Sweetie pie.
Jean Calment lived to be 100.
Sorry, everybody. You're being a menace right now. You know that? Goodness. Okay, where were we? Here, I think. The creatures you're about to meet are continuously growing individual organisms, so non-colonial and non-clonal creatures. We're not talking about, like, here's a colony of colonial organisms that have been around for... This is like an individual critter. But still alive. Each are more than 2,000 years old.
Scientists have yet to solve the mystery of how bristlecones and other long-living organisms get to be so old, and we have no idea how many of
the moon does exist.
And Lena HC, it's true. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Senior citizens remain undiscovered. Even their ages are often estimates. What we do know is most of them are plants. You only have to look at one baobab to realize that longevity is not a beauty contest. Old things are often ugly because every living thing has a finite amount of energy with which to grow, reproduce, and do life stuff. In other words, if you've got limited resources, you're better off taking care of your kids than fixing up the house.
And Pashka TLT says, I've read that turtles and some other large animals like whales have very little cancer rates, even if they live long. Why is that, and can we use that to better protect humans against cancer? I've had the same exact conversation with colleagues. It seems to be a different thing for turtles and for whales. For turtles, it seems like low rates of cancer are probably related to a very low metabolism, where you're just not growing very quickly, and, you know, having things like cancer cells developing, that's just rare because your body just doesn't grow very quickly at all normally. There's also a lot that I think we don't understand about how turtles heal over time because they've got kind of remarkable regenerative abilities. There's a book about this that I can recommend to you. This is a really nice read. Of Time and Turtles by Cy Montgomery. Mending the World, Shell by Shattered Shell. Hang on. Yeah, good stuff. Turtles can survive really grievous injuries. Like, something that would absolutely kill you or me. Like, having their spine severed when they get run over by a truck and their shell gets shattered. The vertebrae are basically part of that carapace, part of that upper shell. And so if the spinal cord gets severed and they lose the use of their back legs, with just a little bit of help, they can slowly heal that back together, remake those spinal connections, and then regain the use of their hind legs. It's extraordinary. So there's some stuff going on with turtles that I think we still have yet to understand, and that could have potentially semi-miraculous implications for human medicine. If we can unlock the mysteries of turtles, which of course requires protecting them, keeping them from going extinct. Think about all of the medical issues that we could learn to treat and cure in human beings. So that's turtles, but whales seem to be different. Whales and elephants seem to have very low rates of cancer. And one of the explanations that I've heard for this is that they don't actually have lower instances of cancer. It's just that they're such large animals. When we're talking about our big baleen whales or even big toothed whales and critters like elephants, they just have such large bodies that if you've got a tumor or something like that, it's not going to make that much of a difference to your overall mass, you know? A tumor would have to be absolutely gargantuan to be life-threatening to an elephant or a whale, as opposed to, like, a mouse, you know? These critters have so many cells in their bodies, and they are just so massive that they're less susceptible to cancer. That's an explanation that I've heard in conversations with other scientists again and again. I don't really know how well established that is, though. It's just something that I've heard repeatedly. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Shark Geek says, I think their T cells are also more efficient or something like that. That might make sense, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying humans need to be bigger. Well, I mean, it's not like... I don't know, if we were like 5 times larger... Well, if we were like 5 times larger, we wouldn't work. We'd fall apart, you know? Famously, like, very large people like Andre the Giant, you know, this guy had all kinds of different health problems because he was just so big. The human body just kind of can't deal with that, you know? The way that our skeletons are constructed, the way that our organs are put, like... Yeah. And then there are people who are even bigger and taller than that, and those people, they tend to have a lot of medical issues and fairly short lives. So yeah, Robert Wadlow is a good example. I don't know if he could actually walk without the use of like leg braces and that kind of thing, and I'm pretty sure he died pretty early on. Yeah, tallest person in recorded history. He was 8 feet 11 inches tall. His weight reached up to 439 pounds. And his death at age 22. Not a very long life, you know? Yeah. Anywho. So I hope that makes sense, Pashka. Well, we're talking about longevity and talking about size, biology, like all of this stuff is connected. And it's interesting to think about. Anyway, let's get back to our video here.
Beauty contest. Old things are often ugly because every living thing has a finite amount of energy with which to grow,
That's
reproduce.
why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
And Titan's Shield, rather. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Alexander says, even at 6'3", you're 6'3"? Wow. You're like 3 feet taller than I am. My goodness. I feel a bit too big at times. Mini SUVs and their reduced door and trunk door heights keep me putting knots in my... Yeah, I get that. Elway Wannabe says, I have a potentially silly question. Bring it on. Been watching The Dinosaurs on Netflix. And the dinosaurs make sounds, of course. Is there some sort of semi-accurate predictions on how they sounded based on skulls or what they're related to? Okay, we can get into this a little bit. For the most part, a lot of that stuff is guesswork. You can make basic inferences like, okay, this dinosaur would have been... had made deeper sounds than this one because it's larger, that kind of thing. You know, kind of common sense kind of inferences. But for a very limited number of dinosaurs, we can actually figure out exactly what they sounded like. More or less. like we can construct models to figure out their sounds. Here's a classic example right here.
The University of California, Berkeley.
Yeah, this is just down the road from where I live in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah.
Paleontologist David Weishempel of the Johns Hopkins University has come to study a remarkable fossil that may provide clues
There you
to
go, Claire.
possible
Yes.
dinosaur communication.
It's good old Parasaurolophus there. We've got these guys as emotes.
Parasaurolophus. It had a strange, elongated crest on its head. For a long time, scientists pondered over its purpose.
Some scientists early on thought that because, say in this Parasaurolophus, the crest projects behind the head, well, because they're hollow, they were used as air storage chambers, say for underwater feeding. Other scientists have thought it was used as a snorkel, but there's no hole at the end. Another idea was that the crest was used to cool the brain. It's hollow and very close to the brain inside the skull.
It may have done that partly.
There are other animals that lived at the same time that didn't have these sorts of things, and yet they survived. So it's hardly likely that the crests were used specifically to
There you go,
cool the
Flutternib.
brain.
Yeah. Me too.
The puzzle intrigued Weishempel. He decided to investigate by slicing open one of the fossil heads to expose the inside of the crested chamber.
So what I found was, say this is a skull, and you're looking at a cutaway of the crest, and that it's hollow from the base of the crest down here up through the tip of the crest. The crest is hollow. There's a passageway along all the way to the end of the crest. Sharp U-bend here.
So this is a bit of a simplification for sure.
Out to the nostrils.
So nowadays we can take a skull like that and run it through a CT scanner and digitally scan the inside. It's like a computerized X-ray, essentially. You can get a high detail model that you can then 3D print. This is a much more old-fashioned way of doing things.
So if we position a vocal organ, some sort of sound generator in the throat here, that produces some sound. That sound is forced through the back of the throat, past the back of the palate, up into the crest, along the entire length of the crest, then scoots around here at the U-bend, comes along here, and the sound is emitted into the environment at the level of the nostrils, and then it's out. An animal as bizarre as Parasaurolophus really called for kind of a creative approach. So what I did was go down to the local hardware store, get some PVC tubing, got some small bits to fit on the end to make that real sharp U-bend at the end of the crest.
That's some complex science there, you know.
Fashioned myself kind of a creative little mouthpiece where the vocal organ is. And when I was done, what I got was, believe it or not, this model. But actually, this is just about the size and shape of the crest of these rather bizarre animals. And what you'll be hearing next is the sounds that these dinosaurs made some 75 million years ago.
Dirter.
And now, a hadrosaur minuet in G.
Pretty cool, right? So we know these are low frequency, almost tuba-like sounds.
There were other members of the crested hadrosaur family. Perhaps they too were capable of producing sound.
Capable. I'm sure all of them were capable of producing sound. But yeah. Anyway, here's the link to that old documentary if you'd like to take a look. But our well, friend of the channel, Michael Chiappone, also produced some models like this. This is really, really cool stuff. Here we go. Take a look.
So this is phase 2 of the hadrophone. You can see here that I've gone ahead and added the curvature of the crest.
So you might remember Michael Chiappone from last September. We were in the field.
So let's go ahead and see if this
Digging up some
changes
fossils
anything
together.
about the sound that's produced by this same mechanism.
How cool is that? Kind of amazing to think that this is it's like the first time in 70 million years that anybody's heard this sound. Pretty rad, you know? So anywho, we've got a number of different dinosaurs that do have hollow crests on their heads like this, and then we can make models, blow through them, and figure out what they sound like. So the skulls of Lambeosaurine dinosaurs, like Corythosaurus or Parasaurolophus or Lambeosaurus. We can figure out what they would sound like by examining the hollow passages in the skulls like that. They would blow air through. For most dinosaurs, we have to kind of guess what they would sound like, but for these guys, you can start to figure it out, you know? You can run some real tests, if that makes sense. Pretty cool. Yeah. Somebody mentioned also ankylosaurs. A lot of them, especially the ankylosaurids, they also have these really windy nasal passages. And so you could probably do something similar for them. They may have also used those for producing sound. In fact, they almost certainly did, but it may have other purposes too, like cooling or moistening the air that they were breathing in, because some of these guys lived in really hot, dry desert environments. This may have also helped cool down their brain, stuff like that. But, yeah. Panoplosaurus and Euplocephalus. Panoplosaurus is not even an ankylosaurid. It's a notosaurid.
This is Laura
right?
Dern at Jurassic Park.
Oh, yeah.
Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
And Kyrie33, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And camels have something similar. Yeah, they've got nasal turbinates diagonal that help moisten the air coming into their body and help cool it down too. So you see this in a lot of different mammals, especially. So here it is on an otter, nasal turbinates. Oh, hang on, we might actually have sound
Be
here.
the nose of the sea otter.
Yeah.
Inside that nose is a huge maze of little bony structures that are called turbinates. So having a very intense labyrinth or maze of turbinates allows for more area to humidify that air and warm it as it's coming into the body.
And I believe it also functions like that with humans as well. Nasal turbinates look quite different in the sea otter skulls versus our human skulls. So the three nasal turbinates that you see here assist in smelling, breathing, as well as humidifying the air, and it also helps aid in our immune response. They are much more elaborate though, as I can see here in the sea otter skull.
Sea otters also live in the ocean, which is salt water, and they are not adapted to drink salt water. They still need fresh water. So if they're breathing in air and like humidifying that air, they're able to absorb every ounce of water from it as possible with these really intense turbinates.
And
so nasal turbinates like that can be really useful for a number of different things, different climates. For a long time, there was an argument that dinosaurs couldn't have been warm-blooded. Well, because warm-blooded animals have nasal turbinates, and dinosaurs don't. Well, it turns out dinosaurs, many of them did have similar structures. They may have been more soft tissue than they are like in mammals. And what we have here in our ankylosaurs might well be kind of a nasal turbinate kind of. It might function the same way as like a nasal turbinate, a set of nasal turbinates, if that makes sense. So yeah. Anyhow. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so camels have got that too. Nasal turbinates. There you go. Yeah, they're pretty complex and pretty large in camels. Here's a cross section that kind of shows that. It's a really important structure that they have. Oh, pretty neat. Camels are amazing animals. I think they really don't get enough credit for being as cool as they are. They're such cool animals. I love watching them at the zoo. They're just, yeah. Especially the Oakland Zoo. They're kind of tucked away to the side, and they don't get a lot of visitors. So I love just going and hanging out with the camels for a bit. They're such neat critters. But and yeah, Crimson, there have been a number of people who have actually worked on that, the differences between, like, Parasaurolophus, Corythosaurus, etc. And also how those sounds would change as the animals grow and mature. And those crests are forming and getting larger. They're also changing sound. So yeah. We could get more into that, but I want to continue this video here before we get too sidetracked, and then we'll do Metazoa and all that. Yeah.
Do life stuff. In other words, if you've got limited resources, you're better off taking care of your kids than fixing up the house. Pando, an 80,000-year-old forest of quaking aspen, is really 47,000 or so genetically identical trees, one single organism growing from the same roots. Instead of putting your genetically diverse eggs in one basket, many of Earth's oldest living things use this kind of clonal strategy to survive. We can take a lesson from the trees. Survival takes cooperation. And many of Earth's oldest residents are found in places where you or I wouldn't last a day, let alone 2,000 years. It takes these map lichens from frigid Greenland a century to grow a single centimeter. And in the Mojave Desert, yucca and creosote bushes may go 2 years without rain. Even though some parts of the Atacama Desert have been without rain since records began, the Yoretta, a relative of parsley, survives.
Yeah, how cool is that? Oh, are they going to show Welwitschia as well? That's such a cool organism.
As with deep water, it's a battle to stay in deep time. We're constantly brought back to the surface, engaged in our thoughts and needs of the moment.
This black coral, this barrel sponge, the oldest animal on Earth, or this meadow of seagrass. How many long-living species do Earth's unexplored oceans hold?
Extreme longevity can lull us into a false sense of permanence. We fall into a quotidian reality devoid of long-term thinking, certain that things which have been there forever will remain, unchanging. But being old is not the same as being immortal.
Even for the longest living, death can happen in an instant. The senator, one of the oldest cypress trees in the world, burned to the ground in 2012 thanks to 2 rather young humans who lit a fire in its hollow trunk. This Swedish spruce survived as a low shrub for 9,500 years, but as this mountaintop climate has become warmer, a single trunk has risen above the rest. We don't yet know the effects of our changing climate or whether these ancient species will be able to adapt, but we can hope. I mean, they've proven that they know a thing or two about survival. These senior species might also hold clues to how life started in the first place. In 2007, those map lichens survived atmospheric re-entry on a simulated meteorite.
Jeez.
And billions of years ago, these stromatolites, ancient communities of photosynthetic bacteria that are equal parts biology and geology, may have exhaled the first
stromatolites are so
breaths
cool.
of life-giving oxygen. And finally, these bacteria take the cake for oldest living thing in the world. Buried in Siberian permafrost, not growing or dividing, they're not in suspended animation. They've been actively repairing their cells for 500,000 years. What do you think they're waiting for? Like it or not, most of us live for the moment, for the day or the month. Look back at your life. Think of everything that you've forgotten. How aware are we of passing years or decades?
When we look at them from the frame of deep time, a bigger picture emerges, and we start to see how all of the individuals have stories, and that all of those stories are in turn interconnected, and in turn inextricably connected to us all.
Without an awareness of the past and our connection to it, we're doomed to repeat today's problems tomorrow. Maybe by looking wide-eyed into deep time, we can understand what it really means to live beyond this blink of an eye. Stay curious.
Good stuff.
Special thanks to Rachel Sussman, whose decade-long journey to photograph Earth's most ancient living things is chronicled in her book, The Oldest Living Things in the World. You can find a link down in the description, and it's worth spending a little bit of time with. Jean Calment...
Anyway, here's a link to that video right there. There we go. Yeah. Anyhow. That kind of perspective is something we talk about here a lot on stream. And shoot, Michael Chiappone.
How did this produce?
This guy here. This video we watched earlier. He recommended a book to me that I got. I haven't read it yet, but it's all about this concept. Let me find that real quick. I think I know where it is. There it is. There we go. It's called Timefulness. How thinking like a geologist can help save the world. It's, I'm excited to read it. He said it really moved him. But what Joe was talking about in that video, too, was... it's kind of the same thing. The perspective that geology, paleontology, evolutionary biology can give us. It's a perspective that you don't really see reflected very much in everyday life. Everybody wants, well, I'm gonna sound, this is gonna be a bit like, a bit like an old man yells at cloud kind of moment. But bear with me. It seems like modern society is kind of built around everything being so fast. Instant gratification, instant returns. Same day shipping, blah, 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 you know? That idea of thinking in terms of not just minutes or days or weeks, but years, decades, centuries, millennia, millions of years. Thinking more on those terms is really important. Whether we're trying to cat saliva all over the desk. Whether we're trying to plan out building places. If you're, I don't know. So you're trying to buy a house. Think like a geologist. Is this on a floodplain? Is there, like, will it get just wiped away in the next 1,000-year flood? We know these things happen. We see that in the landscape. People don't pay attention to that. So they build their houses there, and then they act really surprised when they get washed away when a river floods its banks. Stuff like this, you know, like... It's important to have that kind of perspective, that mindset, you know? So anyhow. Any Rilo Rolo, hello, hello. And yeah, Kikule, this is a cat. She's just been incorrigible today. You won't leave me alone. You won't leave me alone. What's up with that, huh? Huh? Claire Burst says, I feel like there are a lot of bad actors who think in long terms, though, sadly. I mean, there are a lot of bad actors who think in very short terms, too. I don't know. I feel like the majority of the U.S. economy is propped up on extreme short-sightedness. And it's going to come back to bite us in the butt very soon. Yeah. You know, we're going to be talking a lot about sea turtle conservation today, particularly leatherback turtle conservation, and that's another one of these things that requires long-term thinking, you know? When a turtle like this first hatches out of its egg and scurries down the beach into the ocean, you're not going to see that turtle again for 20 years, probably, maybe longer. If she's a female and she comes back to nest on the beach, it's going to be decades in the future. So conservation efforts that we make now, we might not see the full effect of that 20, 30, 40, 50 years into the future. You gotta think long term, you know? Like a geologist. Yeah. Anyhow, and there you go, Reality Ripple, yeah. If you want a boycott to work, it has to run at least 4 months, or it won't have an effect on quarterly earnings reports. Well, that's if they're looking at quarterly earnings reports. If you're just looking to get headlines, which can often be really effective, can spook investors, cause people to change their behavior, you can do that short term. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Max Devlin says, how many young do they normally have when we're talking about leatherback turtles? A tremendous number. That's the thing, is that when, well, here, let me see if I can find you a video there talking about this. But leatherback turtles actually hold the world record for living organisms for the highest volume of eggs laid. It's pretty extraordinary. Let's take a look at this from the Leatherback Trust. This is going to be about sea turtles in general. But, well, just to tell you the figures right off the bat, a mother leatherback turtle, this is not a leatherback here, this looks like it's probably a loggerhead, very high domed carapace there. But a leatherback, when she is nesting, she might lay, what is it? I think between like 2 and 8 nests in a season. And she might lay 100 eggs in each of those nests. So that's potentially like 700 young. 700 eggs at least. It's thought that maybe about 1 out of every 1,000 eggs that are laid actually grows up, like yields an embryo that ends up growing to an adult turtle. So very slim odds for any particular egg. Well, let's take a look. Yeah, that's a loggerhead there. Big old head. So normally they do this at night. It's kind of rare to see her digging a nest during the day like this. She's using her hind feet to scoop out that nest chamber like that. It's really kind of remarkable how they do this. They can't see what they're doing. They have to do it all by touch. And it's just like, it's remarkably dexterous, the The way that they scoop out that sand. They do it with much greater skill than you or I could do. And then she deposits those eggs in there. Oh, and hang on a second. Orion's Enigma says, I finally caught you live. Thank you for taking that picture with me and my son in Denver. Absolutely, Orion's. Thank you for asking. That was kind of a beautiful moment there. I got recognized in the wild by a viewer who kindly walked up to me and, excuse me, are you Danny Anduza? And I said, yeah. I thought I'd dropped my ID or something, but nope. Anyway, appreciate you. Thank you again. It was great meeting you, and thanks for coming back here and saying hello. Anywho, good stuff. Let's continue. Check out the eggs in there. Case Kuchin says, could it be that dinosaurs had a similar tube structure for laying eggs? It's possible. We saw that in the 1999 Walking with Dinosaurs, the sauropod with that ovipositor structure. It's speculative. We don't know if they had that. Yeah. And XBBDD, the eggs don't break. Yeah, they do have a kind of a rubbery kind of feel to them. There's a leatheriness to their eggs. They're not hard and brittle like chicken eggs. They've got a little bit more bounce to them. But these critters have been doing this for, what, 80 million years. They've got it figured out, you know? Pretty cool. Anyhow. Same thing about Walking with Dinosaurs. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, yeah. Of course that popped into my head. And Mac Osen, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. We're, of course, going to be talking about these critters. And well, first, let's do a Blue Sky post before I forget. Then we'll do Metazoa. And then we'll get into our leatherback turtle stuff. Yeah. So what formed first, the hard-shelled eggs or the soft egg? No, don't never mind. That's a good question. We think that more leathery eggs were the first to develop. The hard-shelled eggs of birds are a more recent development. We think this is true for dinosaurs as well. But anyway, when eggs... Well, when amniotic eggs first became a thing, they were probably pretty squishy to start with. There was a video about this at one point. Let me see if it's still up. It's PBS Eon's video about this. Let's take a look. Some good stuff. And Max Devlin says, are crocodile eggs the same? I think they're similar. I think crocs lay eggs that are a little bit more leathery than like a chicken egg. Here. Crocodilian eggs are protected by hard shells. Oh, they're made of calcium carbonate. Never mind. Okay, croc eggs are... They do have harder shells, as opposed to turtle eggs. Interesting. Not as hard, but leathery is a good description for the eggs, says Alexander Morrison. Okay, okay. But yeah, calcium carbonate is the same thing that bird eggs are made of. And dinosaur eggs, too. We know this for a fact because you can look at fossil dinosaur eggs and determine their composition. Let's see. Let's find footage of... We should be able to find an alligator. Footage of an alligator hatching out. There we go. Hang on. Seaborn Show. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Flood raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Seaborn Show. I hope you had an excellent stream. Tell me about it. What'd you get up to? Looks like you were doing something in Cyrillics. Oh, you're doing some just chatting. Okay, nice, nice. Well, welcome, everybody. It's good to have you here. Shoot, if you're here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick, and then we'll get back to this video of a hatching baby alligator. I'm trying to answer a question from the chat. But this is what we're all about here. This is me.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Oh, thank you, Few Bits. Kind words.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah. Today we're going to be talking a lot about these critters. Leatherback turtles, these astonishing animals that, it's like they're straight out of the Cretaceous period, because they are. They're still around today, but these animals seem to have split off from the rest of the turtles probably about 80 million years ago. You could say they're the last survivors of the great marine reptiles who once plied our oceans at the time of the dinosaurs. But they are still around today. They are extraordinary creatures in almost every way, and I've become quite interested in them over the past year, and I'm starting to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation and research. Well, it's always fun to talk about these guys. They are in dire need of our help. Their populations have declined by over 90% just in the last few decades. The time to save them is now.
You don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
And thank you, Sergey Master K, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. Yeah. Oh, and interesting, Alexander Morrison. Okay. Yeah, right before the raid, we were taking a look at this video. We were talking about eggs in different groups of reptiles. And what they look like, how they're composed. So here's a video of a hatching baby alligator. Hear that chirping noise. Calling to mom. And you see, it is a kind of leathery egg, like there's some flexibility to it. It's not as rigid or brittle as a chicken egg. Yeah. Pretty cool. And here's a video about the evolution of the amniotic egg. I'll show you the first little bit of this and give you the link, and then we'll continue.
In 1799, the keeper of the Department of Natural History at the British Museum didn't know what to make of a bizarre specimen that had just arrived.
And hang on, we've watched this before, actually. Talking about the platypus, egg laying, all that stuff. Monotremes. There we go. Let's go.
Pods started venturing away from the water's edge. Competition was high in aquatic ecosystems, and the only animals on land were invertebrates like insects and spiders, which probably enticed tetrapod ancestors out of the water. But in order to become truly terrestrial, tetrapods had to be able to keep their embryos wet on dry land. One of the first vertebrates to live and maybe reproduce on dry land was Cassinaria. It lived during the Carboniferous period, around 334 million years ago, in what's now Scotland. And it mixed some of the amphibian features of its ancestors, like unfused shoulder bones, with features associated with reptiles, like strong leg and backbones. And some experts think it resembled a new group of creatures that would appear in the fossil record about 20 million years later, the first true amniotes. These animals laid a new kind of egg, one surrounded by a tough, leathery shell.
So this critter here might look like a lizard. This animal is very much not a lizard. This is the ancestor, or very close to the ancestry, of all the amniotes. These are all the reptiles and all the mammals. Lizards would come much later. This animal, if you look at its skeleton, it doesn't really have a lot of lizardy characteristics. It's got 4 legs, like its earlier ancestors did. It's got a tail, it's got a head. It's gonna look kind of lizardy, just because, well, its ancestors looked a bit like this. Like Tiktaalik. And so kind of your natural progression is to go from looking like this to looking more like a lizard. But, yeah, this animal is very much not a lizard.
The shell helped protect the embryo from diseases and attacks, but was also porous enough to let gases reach the embryo so it could breathe and grow. And the waterproof membranes and the amniotic fluid inside the egg created a self-contained pond so the embryo stayed hydrated. And you gotta stay hydrated. Suddenly, animals didn't have to spend their lives in the swamp anymore. It was a huge boost for adventurous tetrapods that were colonizing dry land. Then, parts of the planet that had been tropical and humid started to cool and dry up, an event called the Carboniferous Rainforest Collapse, which I've talked about before. The swamps began to disappear, and many amphibian groups went extinct. But the amniotes, being better adapted to drier conditions, expanded into a variety of new niches and dominated the land. But what were the steps between embryos and jelly and embryos and shells?
Well, if you want to learn more about that, I'll give you the link. You can watch the rest of the video. But good stuff, as always, from PBS Eon. Orion's Enigma wants to know, what brought you to Denver for that visit? I was doing a collections visit, so I was actually doing research in the collections at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. I think I might have a photo. Let's see. February. But I was looking at some ankylosaur fossils and some ornithopod dinosaur fossils there. And taking a bunch of photos for some colleagues. This is for some upcoming publications. So yeah, here's me in the bowels of the museum, in the collections. These are all ankylosaur armor scutes here. So I was here on an official visit, doing science at the museum behind the scenes. Pretty darn cool being able to do this. There we go. Sidrorestes, which is misspelled right there, funny enough. This was one of my targets there at the museum, looking at this critter. So anywho, yeah. And Orion says, yes, your lessons taught me that many of the fossils I grew up with are fake. Like what? You mean the fossils on display at the museum are fake? Some of those are replicas, but a surprising number of them are the actual fossils on display, which is not super common at museums. At least that's not the default. But, what do you mean, fossils? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, while you're responding to that, if you're still here, I'll get ready to do Metazoa here. Which is our daily animal guessing game. Or guessing challenge. Excuse me. Gotta figure out what the mystery animal of the day is. Using an evolutionary family tree. Oh, and we didn't do blue sky yet. Thank you, Claire. I'm gonna do a post for that. But yeah. And Max Devlin, I am currently 3D printing something at the moment. Hang on. Another leatherback turtle bobblehead. But yeah. Diagonal says all statues of George Washington are fakes. None of them contain the actual George Washington. I was very disappointed to learn that at when I went to Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. You know, these are like some guy just carved these out of the mountain. It's not even the real guys, you know? Just it just ruined this mountain here, you know? I thought they were entombed within it or something, but nope. It's just a tourist trap. Yeah. Oh, and Orion's Enigma says replicas is a correct word, not fake. There we go. It's a lot of fossils with bars running through them rather than supporting like a tree. There we go. Yes, this is one of my standard answers. Like, I often bring up that video from Research Casting International to talk about this. With the nation's T-Rex, a Tyrannosaurus specimen that I helped them pack up in,
of course, all the crack.
2014. Let's see.
A Triceratops, it's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements.
You remember exactly correct, Orion's Enigma, yes. The way that to tell whether a fossil on display at a museum is the actual original fossil that's millions of years old or a replica is to look at how it's mounted. How is it being supported?
And make it work was challenging in the fact that
they'll kind of show that here.
So much going on. The armature that holds the real fossil, which we...
There we go. So this is a metal armature.
He's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't
And King the Turtle, hey, thank you for the follow.
70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35.
We'll be talking about turtles quite a bit in just a little while, so I'm glad you're here. I like your username. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so if you see this kind of infrastructure, armature like this that's holding the bones, you know that's the real fossil bone there.
We call the fossil holder. Has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Yep.
It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs
sometimes they're sculpts.
And of course all the cracks.
Yeah. So in this case, the skull is a replica. And usually when you're in a museum, like you'll see they'll paint the replica bones so they look the same as the fossil bones. There's some exceptions to this, like it's a Triceratops that I dug up that's now at Museum of the Rockies on display. Here, they didn't bother to... I guess they wanted it to look very different. So the brown parts are based on the actual fossil bone, and the white parts are sculpted. Or sometimes cast from other bones. But what's funny here is the brown parts are also casts. The real bones, like this might be a new species of Triceratops, maybe. It's being worked on scientifically. It's down in the collections, it's not on display. So they made casts, molded and cast replicas of each of the individual real bones. Those are painted brown. The white parts are the parts that are sculpted to fill in the gaps. Anyway. But you can tell that all of this is either cast or sculpt because you don't see the armature there. When you've got a replica, you can just jam the metal rod straight through the replica. Because, you know, it's a replica. You're not going to hurt it. You can't do that with the real bone. At least not anymore. People used to do that way back in the day. Now it's considered very bad practice to drill holes through your fossil bones to put armature through. There are museums where you can see where that's been done way back in the day. Like, there's a Montosaurus mount at the South Dakota School of Mines Museum. There we go. There is real fossil bone here, where back in the 1910s or whatever, a long time ago, they're like, yeah, just drill right through the bones. We don't do this anymore, you know? Yeah. And Incognito says, do they 3D print them, or is it mostly casts? It's mostly casts for a lot of replicas nowadays, because it's honestly faster to mold and cast bones, and to do that quickly. So, like, when we went to visit Rob Gaston at his workshop, we talked a little bit about that, about casting versus 3D printing. See if I can find that.
I was just telling everybody that this was actually about the same amount of days as assembling a 22-foot Tyrannosaur skeleton.
Jeez.
So
Wow.
That's how time-consuming this gets. Yeah. And what you don't...
Yeah, all these tiny little armor scutes on the Scutellosaurus. Here, let's go through the transcript and...
You're doing all the seam chasing and filling and little, maybe restoring little bits.
Yeah. So these are cast bones. So these are exact molded and cast replicas of the real thing. And I should I should probably explain how that works to anybody who might not be familiar with that process. I think I have a clip saved in here. There we go. Here's Leslie Nielsen to describe that process.
When dinosaurs were first mounted,
there we go.
Cast of the fossil, a mold is produced. First, the fossil is set into a base, and a plasticine wall is built around the perimeter of the bone to act as a divider between the two halves of the mold, allowing it to be separated later. Guides for pouring spots are then placed, which will leave tunnels.
So molding and casting can be time-consuming. Excuse me. But if you're going to do a bunch of these, it is faster than 3D printing. And 3D printing versus molding and casting, they each have pluses and minuses. But for most museum applications, you're probably going to want to do molding and casting. You can get a higher degree of accuracy, higher degree of detail, and you can produce a bunch of different casts using the same mold.
In order to prevent any
Exactly,
distortion
Claire, yeah.
caused by the two halves of the mold shifting, registration holes or keys are punched to lock the mold together, ensuring a perfect reproduction of the original fossil.
I think that's a Pachyrhinosaurus parietal bar up there.
Now that the framework of the mold is complete, a layer of liquid rubber is applied which flows into the cracks and crevices of the fossil and hardens, preserving an exact negative of the original. Rubber is perfect for preserving detail, but because it's too flexible to hold its shape during the pouring of the mold, a rigid fiberglass backing must be applied.
So it's a lot of work to do this kind of thing.
Acts as a separator between the rubber and the fiberglass backing. Fiberglass squares are soaked with resin and laid, one over another, until a layer is created half a centimeter thick. "24 hours later, when the fiberglass is dried, the mold is opened and the original fossil removed. Then, into this completed mold, the cast is poured.
There you go. So pouring that liquid plastic into there, and this is the end result.
Finally, a perfect cast.
An exact replica of the original. The smallest details are maintained.
The cast is roughly...
And this is a young Darren Tanke here, which is really cool. Yeah, kind of a living legend in Canadian dinosaur paleontology. He's so young here.
Attached in its proper place on the head of the Pachyrhinosaurus. Each prepared bone is added to the specimen, one after another, until the skeleton is complete. The technicians and the paleontologists need to be skilled anatomists to determine exactly where every bone belongs. The scientists at the Royal Tyrrell Museum have had plenty of experience. Over 30 different species of dinosaur have been constructed here. The Albertosaurus.
Anywho, hope that makes sense. Can anybody in the chat tell me, think about this, why we might want to put replicas on display at a museum instead of the original fossils? We often do put the original fossils on display, but what are some advantages to putting replicas like casts, or maybe even 3D prints, on display?
Some dinosaurs develop protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Or like Murph. Thank you for the 45 months of support, Murph. Appreciate you, Murph. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 45 months. That is some impressive support. Appreciate you, Murph. Yes, we've got a number of different responses. Claire says, touching, yeah. Sometimes visitors to museums are not the most respectful. Sometimes they go and try and touch things that they shouldn't. That's one answer. It will survive the Publix, says Hiverius. Avoid being damaged, says Little Dark. Yeah. And Isolated says, so the real ones are available for study. That's a good answer, too. Yeah. We want to make sure that the actual fossils are in a spot where, say, if I'm going to visit the museum and I need to be able to take pictures of a fossil from all angles and be able to take measurements on it, that might be difficult to do if it's, say, a sauropod skull and it's 20 feet in the air. So yeah. To avoid damage, to put the same in different museums, that's another one, Rusty Guy, yeah. It's also Murph is spot on there too. It is cheaper to mount a replica than the original fossil. With the original one, you've got to have all of those, well, like that custom armature for it, you know?
The armature that holds the real fossil, which we call the...
Like, this is expensive to put together.
The armature that holds the...
Like, making custom metal pieces for every individual bone like this, and then, you know, you got to test it out, and then, it doesn't quite work, we got to change it. Like, it's very time-consuming. You can use a lot of materials. That's, it's a lot of worker hours that go into that. It's really expensive to mount the original fossil like this. It can be way less expensive, much more affordable to just make a cast of it and then put that up on display. Just quick and dirty, just drill holes through the cast and just put the metal armature through. Yeah.
The real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them.
Yep.
But it usually
So again, to reiterate here, if you want to go to a museum and be able to, you know, if you want to seem like you know what you're talking about, and you see a dinosaur skeleton on display at a museum, you can go, that is clearly a cast, because the metal armature is running straight through those bones. You wouldn't do that with the real fossils. Or you can go, well, look at that armature there. Look at those intricate parts for you know, gently but firmly holding those fossils in place. Those are real bones. They took the time and the effort and the money to be able to construct this thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Orion's Enigma says that Triceratops skull they were working on removing from a cast. Oh, from a jacket. That's what we call a... The jacket is the protective cocoon that we build around these things in the field. Like, I'll show you a picture once Windows starts working. There we go. I've got a photo of me working on a Triceratops skull jacket in Ekalaka, Montana back in 2012. Yeah, this is one from the 60s, I think. Yeah. Whoever was doing this didn't really know what they were doing. They really kind of field prepped it, and then they just kind of slapped plaster and burlap over the top of it.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Very nice. So you can see, nasal horn, brow horn, this one was broken. Second brow horn, there's the eye, there's the frill. We call it a field jacket. And, X-Viter Mini, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So, over the course of about a month, we worked on this. Here's my friend Nate Carroll, who's now curator of the museum in Ekalaka, Montana. That video won't... Why is it not loading? Just re-downloading it. It's aggravating.
That means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
It is fantastic, and it's true. Mama Bon Bon, thank you for the 49 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Here's Nate and Jade working on that, removing bits of that field jacket. And then there's a photo of me in here, too, doing that. Where am I?
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon. The Tradoon. Tradoon.
P.A. Chanis, thank you for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online. So here's me working on that same specimen. Removing that field jacket and using just tons and tons of glue on this thing. The consolidant glue that we use.
The Tradoon.
Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And thank you for the 100 bits there, Mama Bon.
Playing tag with you, iguanodon.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Bon Bon. Anyhow. Excuse me. But I want to see, what did Rob Gaston say about molding and casting versus 3D printing?
Didn't come out.
I'm very familiar with this from 3D printing. I
Yes,
do a lot of 3D printing
exactly.
at home.
And then the painting is the final step, and then mounting, of course, too.
Can anybody in the chat guess what this critter is right here? Take a look at that long neural spine. We'll get some responses in a minute. But It's Spinosaurus.
Already got it.
That's a Spinosaurid, right?
Yeah.
You bet, yeah. Yeah, very, very cool. Is that Utah raptor right there? Those big, thick metatarsus?
Allosaurus.
Allosaurus.
Yeah, and that's local. It's Mygamoa Corey.
Yeah.
So that's kind of one of our deluxe gift shop items.
Nice.
So we do it.
Yeah. Let's see. Talking about 3D printing. Transcript search is not working. Hang on. Give me loud.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
See what happens here.
Boy, really?
Oh.
I wasted $5 on these.
I wouldn't say that's $5 wasted. You're supporting science outreach here on Twitch, supporting this broadcast. Really appreciate that. Kimmy, thank you, thank you. If somebody else wants to cheer 400 bits, there's an alternate ending to that. It's kind of a 50-50 shot, I think. Anyhow. But here we go. Here's, oh, hang on.
I'll buy.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
Oh, what?
Congrats, Lenina. You got it.
Playing tag with you,
And thank you, Tasty JK, for the 100 bits. Beautiful. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Excellent. And Space C. Thank you for gifting Space Uko. Appreciate that.
Spacey gifted a tier 1 sub to Space Uko. This
Really
is their
appreciate
first
that.
gift
Thank you,
sub
thank
in the
you.
channel.
I should probably reiterate that this is my full-time job. This is what I do for a living. This is how I pay the bills, is by streaming like this. Science outreach is my profession, I guess. This is how I fund my research and fieldwork and travel and all that good stuff. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist, is streaming here on Twitch. So everybody who's contributing to this hype train, they're helping make that possible. So thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. But yeah. Anyhow. I was about to ask Rob Gaston about 3D printing versus molding and casting here.
So how do you do that when you're actually doing physical molding and casting? Because with 3D printing, you know, you can just, with a few clicks, mirror the thing in the computer. How do you do that with this?
Well, and that's an advantage to 3D printing.
Yeah.
We're doing this the old-fashioned way of making
Thank you, Hyverius.
the original
Appreciate
cast of the piece,
Uh-huh.
and then taking, you know, that really nice high-fidelity master cast,
Uh-huh.
doing the reconstruction work, and then remolding it. So
Nice.
it's a little bit
This is
more
Laura Dern at
of a
Jurassic
lengthy
Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Thank you, Dragon, for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Welcome, welcome. Looks like you just got a gift sub from Hyverius, by the way.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Steely Dan.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Or a good dream. Thank you for the 30 months of support. I appreciate that, Steely Dan. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And what is this? Kimmy Lee.
Kimmy Lee 2001 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Kimmy Lee. Really appreciate that. And 5 lucky chatters won't have to worry about seeing a single ad on this channel for the next month. Thank you, Kimmy Lee. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you kindly.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Hyverius, for gifting Elway. I appreciate that, Hyverius.
Hyverius gifted a tier 1 sub to Elway Wannabe. They have given 34 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Hyverius. Another one to No Bark Nomad.
Spared no expense.
Brilliant. I appreciate that, Hyverius. Thank you, thank you.
Hyverius
Superb.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to No Bark _ Nomad. They have given 35 gift subs in the channel.
And Science Streams Balint says, I've never seen any type of ad here. I know. Is a tier 3 subscriber there, Balint? You should be showing me ads, you know?
Spared no expense.
Yeah. And thank you, Hyverius, for gifting Yogurt Girl. Good aim there. Superb. Thank you, Hyverius.
In the channel.
Thank you very much. Holy cow. I've had a pretty good day, Balint. Yeah, thanks for asking. Still getting over this ear infection, but this ear is starting to clear up. My, Oh, Balint, would you... I think I asked you yesterday when you were busy, or maybe you weren't here, but I was texting with Balint over the weekend and told him I had a clogged eustachian tube, and he had a funny story about that. Space C, thank you for gifting Shady Dog 1.
Space C gifted a tier 1 sub to SHADYDOGG1. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
All of these individual gift subs like that. This is beautiful. I appreciate it. Thank you, Spacey. But yeah. But yeah, here I was oh, and that is Diabloceratops, yes indeed, for whoever was asking in the chat.
Guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Oh, I hope I don't do that. Thank you, Awkward Cyborg, for the 14 months. Thank you kindly. Appreciate you, Awkward Cyborg. Thank you. That is Diabloceratops there. Who was discovered and excavated by Don DeBlue. Uncle Don found that critter.
If your 3D prints, and that's the other thing, is most of the 3D prints I see are not real. They're not this quality.
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
The scans are not quite as, and you can see the striations and you can see the print lines. Usually.
And I have seen a few. Apparently, they are coming out now with some that are like you can't see that anymore.
Yeah, and I finished mine with like smoothing compounds, so it gets rid of the print lines.
Yeah.
But you're also losing detail.
Yeah,
when you do
exactly.
that.
You're smoothing it down.
Yeah.
and it's that sharp detail, that little micro detail that catches all the color. And so when I got into this, I want pieces that that look real.
Yeah.
I want to hold them in my hand, not say, yeah, it's a cat. I want it to, somebody to come up to, oh, is that real? That's a compliment.
Yeah.
Not that you're trying to trick anybody, but
you want it to look as authentic as possible, though. Yeah, that's the whole point.
So anyway, I'll give you a link to this this VOD here. Such a privilege to be able to go tour Rob Gaston's workshop a few years back. Just awesome, you know? So yeah.
Oh, what time, oh, what
Well, thank you, Mama Bon Bon, for the 100 bits. Thank you kindly. We're approaching a level 4 hype train here. We got 30 seconds left to try and get there. Let's see if that happens. And X-Viter Mini says, have you given up digging? I mean, only for the winter. We don't normally dig during the winter, but I've got a meeting this week. We're going to be going back out to Wyoming for, I guess, half of May and the whole month of June. I'm going to be there for probably 2 weeks in June this year. I'm going to be doing more field work in Utah. Possibly some field work in Montana and Nevada. So no, I've definitely not given up digging. It's just not the right season for it, you know? I'm not trying to be too snarky here, but it's kind of like talking to a snowboarder and being like, oh, so I see you've given up snowboarding, huh? And then she's like, dude, it's July. There's no snow, you know? It's not the right season for excavations right now. I would say there's snow on the ground in Utah and Wyoming, but that's not true right now. It's been a very, very dry winter. Anyway, but a lot of our volunteers are in classes right now. It's still the school year. Summertime is prime paleontological fieldwork season. At least here in North America, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. This thrives in summer. There you go. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Cheese Hobbit. Not only are we going to be doing more, office streams here, but there's a chance I might go back out to St. George, Utah next month and do some light field work out there. But in May of this year, going out to Florida, and we're going to be working with these critters, leatherback turtles. I cannot wait for that. It is going to be incredibly cool. So, and I hope to stream a bunch of that too. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be neat. And Mayor of Space says, if you could afford to travel the world all the time, you could do Southern Hemisphere digs? Yeah, I'd love to. One of these days. One of these days. And Orion's Enigma says, I just drove through Utah and Wyoming, and as I was driving, I was looking out at the layers of rock, and I can only imagine how many fossils are sitting out there waiting to be discovered. Untold numbers. Yeah. It's a fun thing to ponder. To be able to look out the car window, or the train window, or the plane window. Just think about how many fossil critters are out there just waiting to be discovered. Anyway. Max Devlin says, I know tar pits came a lot later, but was there anything similar during dinosaur times? we have things like dewatering features. Those have been explanations for a few different dinosaur sites. So like the Utahraptor mega block, which is this huge block of sediment. I did a special live stream from here. We were on the front page. With this guy, Jim Kirkland. That is thought to have been like a quicksand depositional setting. It's not like a tar pit, not liquid asphalt, but
a sand dike,
Right,
basically
yeah.
coming up into the floodplain
Uh-huh.
and hitting the surface. You know, you can get, like we see along Lake Powell, you know, the delta down there now.
Yep.
Basically, you get sand volcanoes.
Uh-huh.
The sand comes up in the delta and spills out.
Mhm.
The water drains back into the lake. You know, you get these big features. And basically, if it's near the water interface, it's quicksand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we call it a dewatering feature geologically.
Right.
But this is the first site where anyone has ever proposed that a bunch of dinosaurs were killed by quicksand.
yeah. So yeah, there we go. The Utahraptor mega block there. There's a bunch of Utahraptor and potentially other theropod dinosaurs and some iguanodonts that all seem to have gotten trapped in a kind of quicksand type setting. Really cool. Really, really cool. This is such an important specimen. Like, there are new species that are waiting in here to be described. Incredible preservation. You've got everything from what seem like hatchlings up to full-grown adults of Utahraptor and maybe a few other dromaeosaurs in there too. Just exquisite stuff. The most difficult thing, even though this is like a world-class specimen, there's nothing like this on the planet. It is just incredibly scientifically important and really exciting from like a public perspective too. Dinosaurs caught in quicksand, and some of them are new species. Utahraptor and other new dinosaurs, just mind-bogglingly cool. And they can't find any money for it. The state doesn't want to provide hardly any money to pay for anything. Like, it is one of the coolest things in the world. And they just can't find any money for it, you know? It's maddening, you know? Yeah. Utahraptor man. Oh, nice, Claire. Oh, that's really cool. Very cool. Neat. Neat. Yeah. Mayor of Spaces, imagine encountering quicksand in real life. Your entire childhood TV watching experience finally pays off. Yeah. And here we have a real, like, quicksand plus dinosaurs. It just captures the imagination, right? And being able to find enough money for someone to be able to work on this full time, to chip away the rock and work on these new dinosaurs, it's been almost impossible, you know? Oh yeah. Some government program? Cheese Hobbit? What government programs? This is the United States. Like, the official policy of the federal government is that they are anti-science. I don't know. Don't get me started. Or maybe I should tap the sign, you know? But yeah, let me just say this. recycle bin. There we go. Yeah. Not just schools, but science funding, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And addicted to capping, we should always take care of our men and women in uniform first? I agree. By not sending them off to war to die in a pointless conflict that doesn't do anything, you know? The U.S. military is directly at odds with the men and women in uniform. Like, just shoving these people into meat grinders, and then afterward, do you know how many homeless veterans there are in this country? Like, do not get me started on this. I will get heated about it, you know? Goodness. One of the greatest forces for evil in the world is the U.S. military. Sorry. It's just true. I know so many people who are veterans who...
came in all shapes and sizes.
Do not get me started. People who've just had their lives absolutely destroyed by American imperialism, military ambition. Anyhow, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Hogan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's do Metazoa before I forget, and before I get trapped in our own quicksand pit here, our own quagmire, our own Vietnam, maybe? Anyway. Yeah. We've got a mystery animal of the day. We have to try and figure out what it is in as few guesses as possible. And the way that we can do this is because, well, shoot, as far as we know, all life on Earth is descended from a single common ancestor. Every living thing on our planet, and all extinct things on our planet too, all evolved from a single last universal common ancestor, as we call it. All living things have DNA. We can use that to help build a big molecular phylogeny, find out who is most closely related to whom. We can combine that with data from the fossil record and from modern studies of morphology and stuff like that to build this grand overarching tree of life. To find our own place in this, and everybody else's place. It's really a beautiful thing when you think about it. Just millions of points of data all combined to this, a grand overarching understanding of life on Earth. It's astonishing when you really stop and think about it. Anyway, the game Metazoa deals with a clade called Metazoa, the animals. We've got about 1.4 million animal species here. And Metazoa doesn't have this many animals programmed into it, but I just want to give you some idea for the diversity of animal life. It is just one branch, or, you know, one section of the grand tree of life here, but it's the one that we belong to, those animals. So we can jump into mammals, and then Homo sapiens, our own species within the primates, right here. Our closest living relatives, chimps and bonobos. Outside of that, gorillas, etc. Just trying to give you some perspective here. Metazoa as a game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals. So give me the name of a mammal, chat. This game it's got a bias in that direction, so we can usually shave off a few guesses. If we start off with a mammal. Okapi is not a bad one, Mayor Space. Except they don't have it. They don't have Okapi in Venezuela. Jaguar's a good one, Yogurt Garrow. That's a kind of feliform carnivoran. Good place to start. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh boy, okay, we're nowhere close. But it was worth a shot. And kid sorcerers aren't platypus special because they lay eggs? Yeah, well, I mean, they're mammals who lay eggs. So when we go to mammals here, we've got 5,000 species. But the earliest diverging branch that's still alive are the monotremes.
Hey, here's a thought. You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard.
Thank you, Sibley, for the 13 months.
Whop! Instant swimming pool.
Thank you
Happy
for
Turtle
your...
Tuesday.
I like turtles.
Thank you, Sibley, for the 13 months. I appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, platypus is one of these right there. These guys still lay eggs. All mammals used to lay eggs back in the day. And then you had new groups of mammals that evolved, like the Therian mammals, the marsupials, and the placental mammals. They no longer lay eggs. But to start with, all the ancestral mammals did. And it makes sense, given that mammals evolved from an amniote ancestor, same critter that the reptiles evolved from. So the earliest amniotes laid eggs on land. That's kind of what makes them amniotes. That's what makes them special, I guess, from our perspective. We're the descendants of the earliest amniotes who laid eggs. The first mammals laid eggs. Some of them still do, but new groups of mammals evolved who no longer laid eggs. And that led to us, eventually. SpaceX says, I didn't know that. The egg thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We can talk about that in a little bit if you want to. But I do want to try and get through this before it expires. I think we've got about an hour or so. Anyway, our critter's not a mammal. We guessed jaguar, which is in the same genus as the lion. It's a big cat. Anthera onca is a jaguar. Next to tigers, leopards, lions. Yeah, they're one of the cat-like carnivorans. Anyway, we guessed jaguar, and Metazoa said, nope, not a jaguar. Best I can do for you today is, Bilateria. Which, oh boy, that's really far away. Let me show you. The bilaterally symmetrical animals. So, yeah. Still almost 1.4 million species. But this tells us more information than you would think. We know our critter's not a deuterostome, because this is the group that includes jaguars and all the other vertebrate animals. The chordates, they are deuterostomes. So we can basically forget about this branch here. We can ignore this one. Our critter instead has got to be a protostome. This is all of the insects, and the mollusks, and the worms, and non-insect arthropods like arachnids and millipedes and stuff. Just by the numbers, let's Let's try ladybug again. I know we did this yesterday, but that's a good one. If we can knock out the beetles, it's a good place to start. Okay, our critter's not a beetle, but it is a protostome. We kind of knew that already. It's not going to be an arrow worm. They're not going to have this. Or a jaw worm. I bet you it's going to be a mollusk. Like an octopus or something like that. I want to try that. Maybe giant octopus? Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh, wait, holy cow, is that it? Wow. We got lucky there. 3 guesses. Not too shabby. Wow, 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 wow. They give you 20 guesses. We got it in 3. Not too shabby. Yeah, excellent. Well, hey, let me share that real quick. To Blue Sky. That brought our down our average guesses to 5.1. Oh, man. Yes! Excellent. That is a horn toot, and I don't want to do that. Excellent. Yeah. Superb. I'm very happy about that. Let's look up giant octopus and celebrate here for a minute. It's a really good score. One place that you can see them is the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Check this out.
They're literally the most amazing animal in the ocean. You look at a fish or a whale or a dolphin or any of these much more advanced vertebrates, and physically they can't even compare with an octopus.
Oh, hello, Mini Pie.
My name is Brett Grassi. I'm an aquarium biologist at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I am fortunate enough that I get to work with our giant Pacific octopus.
They're so cool.
There's really no other animal on the planet that has the dexterity, the ability to manipulate their different arms and appendages and suckers. This octopus has roughly 270 suckers per arm, and with the 8 arms, that makes just under 2,000 suckers that they can rotate individually.
Jeez.
Check this out. It's so crazy, like, when she grabs on with a few of them, they form almost a united hand, and it's almost like they're all one appendage grabbing on. See how they're overlapped here and linking? And she is strong. They have great strength with their suckers. I'm pulling very hard here. Almost the whole animal's weight right now is on her suckers, and she is holding on with ease.
There you go, Anakin and Gabriel, yeah.
They're able to grab onto you so hard that occasionally they really like you. They leave behind what we lovingly call octopus hickeys. They actually taste with their suckers as well, so they can recognize different foods and different people just by using their suckers to grab onto them.
Yep. They can taste who you are.
Very curious. So she loves to come out of the water, kind of grab onto things, taste things with her suckers, and just kind of explore.
Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Very cool. What a neat animal. Here's a link right there for you. Oh. Paste. That didn't work. Hang on. There we go. Here's another one. There's something interesting about like watching these critters interact with people. Something really compelling about that.
Hey, I'm behind the scenes here at the Monterey Bay Aquarium with my friend Alicia.
Hi, how you doing?
Alicia, what do you study here at the aquarium?
I specialize in cephalopods. We are behind the scenes of the Giant Pacific Octopus exhibit, and I'd like
This is the same place, Monterey Bay Aquarium.
It's gonna like me, isn't it?
I have to warn you, they don't like everybody. It's gonna taste you, and it's gonna decide if it likes the way you taste or not.
It's really strong.
They're really, really strong. So these arms are made of pure muscle. So here she is.
Oh my gosh, so should I just like...
Guy recently taught an octopus to play piano. Yeah. Very cool, yeah. They're such neat animals.
So you know, that is the mouth in the middle there.
Okay, so we want to stay away from the mouth?
So you want to stay away from the mouth because these beaks are made for crunching crabs and clams, and they could definitely do some damage on your finger.
Those beaks are made for crunching.
I'm going to be part of the exhibit from now on. I don't think I can get off of this octopus.
And they do leave hickeys, just as a warning.
It's going to look like I had a really interesting date after this.
Yes.
So how many suction cups does a giant Pacific octopus have on it's body?
It has about 240 suckers per arm, so that comes out to about 2,000 suckers.
We just heard that in the other video.
For pretty much everything. They crawl along the bottom and they stick their arms into crevices, and they can use those suckers to taste and to feel textures, and they can tell if they land on a prey item or not.
So this octopus is really curious, I guess. It just like wants to find out about me and the world.
Yeah, you can tell that they want
There goes, oh yeah.
If she didn't.
It is so important, I think, to try and develop a more knowledgeable perspective about different critters like that, whether that's by watching a crocodile hunter or watching stuff like this, or actually going out into nature and just spending time out there in the wild and watching critters do their thing. It's really important.
Want to interact, she wouldn't be up here.
Are they intelligent?
Yeah, they are intelligent in their own way. They have a huge central brain, and each arm actually has like a little mini brain. They're thinking, they're assessing the situation, and so that's why we try to...
And Max Devlin, there's a bunch of species of octopus that can also camouflage, including the giant Pacific octopus. Sometimes it just kind of disappears in its enclosure. If they want to hide, they can. They're very good at it.
Because that's what they're used to. They're used to all that sensory input and trying to solve those puzzles. See these little bumps on their skin? So they can manipulate those to have different textures, and they use that also as camoufage, so they can look like a rock or a piece of algae or something. So they're pretty amazing.
Does that mean she likes me?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll say that. We'll pretend that means she likes you.
Alicia, thank you so much for introducing me to my new best friend, the giant Pacific octopus. But one more question to settle it once and for all. What is the plural of octopus?
That is a great question. The plural of octopus is octopuses. The word octopus comes from the Greek octopod. Octopi would be a Latin pluralization, and it's a Greek word, so it's just octopuses.
You heard it here from an octopus expert. Be sure to check out the rest of our videos from Monterey Bay. We've got a whole playlist full of ocean awesomeness. All right, thanks a lot.
Stay curious.
Yeah. Very cool. Here is a link to this, and then while we're talking about octopusses. Oh, come on, Mini Pie. Watch out. Watch out. I'm trying to paste the link in the chat for everybody. This is good practice. Cite your sources, you know? Give credit where credit is due. We gotta pay the landlord here. And then I'll share a trailer from a really cool documentary with you. If you want to learn more about octopuses. Oh, look at these. Look at those, my goodness. Excuse me. Goodness. Extra ornery today. They really are, Shark Geek. I think it was because I didn't stream for a while. And so now that I'm doing this again, they're just very feisty. Also, Ios is gone. She went to into the office today. And so there's just fewer people in the house for them to spend time with. Why aren't you crunching those? Hope your teeth aren't hurting you. Maybe you're just being weird. Sometimes cats are just weird, you know? Yeah, she's just being weird. At least that's the impression I'm getting. We slobber all over these treats, leave them on the desk. Okay. Let me find that documentary for you. I don't know if there's a... Do they have a trailer? This was a really, really cool documentary that I saw on PBS not too long ago. They might explain it in the clip, but the premise is there's a guy who studies animal intelligence, especially in mollusks. And during COVID, he was like, you know, had to stay in the house. Was supposed to, like everybody else. But he arranged for an octopus to come live with him so that he could study it. It's called Octopus in My House. Take a look. This is really, really cool stuff. If you're fascinated by these animals, I would recommend you check it out. And while that's loading...
I wanted something that was different.
Here we go. There's a link to it here. Even if that doesn't work, you at least have the title. You can copy it and paste it and find it elsewhere. But, yeah. And, Mesa, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing?
Came here to experience poultry in motion.
It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I hope you had an excellent stream, Mesa. What did you get up to? Looked like you were doing some President Evil Requiem. I don't think I would mourn that guy. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, never mind. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm going to repeat that in this little trailer right here for you. There we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
This is the sort of stuff that I do on stream when I'm not here in my office. And when I am in my office, too.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
We'll be doing more of this stuff in just a couple of months here. For museum going out into the field. Interviews with other paleontologists. Audience Q&A. 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Yeah, here we go. We've been doing some discussion about dinosaurs today, but we've been kind of all over the place. We will be talking about these critters extensively in just a little bit. Leatherback turtles. But we did a game of Metazoa earlier, and that led to a discussion about... Well, Metazoa is like our daily animal guessing challenge, which led us to talking about octopuses. And, yeah, just incredible animals. I think part of discussing paleontology, the study of fossils, is kind of going broad with stuff, you know? I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs happen to be what I specialize in, what I publish on in the scientific literature. But you can't really understand dinosaurs unless you understand something about the history of life on Earth in general. So that's something that you'll find again and again among paleontologists, is that we tend to be very interested in all kinds of different things related to evolutionary biology, ecology, physiology, the history of life on Earth, you know? Paleontology in many ways is like one of the broadest sciences that there can be. Because we're talking about the evolution of all life on Earth, you know? So that lends itself to discussion of octopuses and things like that sometimes. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. There you go, Rogan, yeah. Or Hogan, sorry. But anyway, welcome Spiriftastic, Madara D. Letty, Mork Ol, and of course, Mizia. Mieza, I hope you had an excellent stream. Resident Evil, a lot of people have been playing that. Was it good? Did you enjoy it? I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining us. Let's continue with this. What happens when you put an octopus in your house? Oh, very cool, Petrodactylus. Nice. And Nerduino, yes, I have heard described before as both elite and dangerous in a good way. Nerduino, I hope you're having a good day. It's good to have you here. Very cool. Here's a link to that video right there. Yeah, I wonder how difficult it is to care for one. Not that difficult, Petrodactylus. If you need a saltwater tank for a saltwater octopus, and that can be a big headache. it's nice for them to have interactions with you, but they don't live for very long, especially if they're gonna lay eggs. If she's a female, I don't know what the lifespan is for males, but females will get a quick life cycle. Like, once they lay their eggs, they die. Or once they're, yeah, I think it's once, I don't even know if they see their young hatch.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
Odessa Thistlewolf, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Hello to you too. Yeah, I believe they died before. That makes sense, Hibiscus, yeah. That sounds kind of dope. I remember I was talking with Denver Fowler about this at one point. He really wanted to get, he thought it would be cool to get a pet octopus. And to get one right before, or right when he gets back from the field, because, like, you have the octopus for a year, and it dies, and then you go out and do field work for a summer. And then you get another octopus the next year. Yeah. Anyway, I'll show you another clip from this, because it is just really cool. YouTube being real slow. There we go. Like octopus can do, they're truly extraordinary in their abilities to change their appearance. Yeah, check this out. Crazy. Crazy! Yep. Jeez. Look at that. How cool is that? Yep. Very, very cool. Yeah. What an amazing animal. This is another one of these things, too, that, like... that I think about when people are talking about... well, I don't know, or if you're watching, like, a science fiction movie and there's, like, aliens in it, you know? So, like, Star Trek aliens. I've always been very, like, unimpressed with most of the aliens on Star Trek because they're way too human. It's like, you expect me to believe that an organism from another planet with a completely separate lineage from anything on Earth, something that arose independently on another world, would look so similar to you or me? Like, it doesn't... We have creatures here on this planet that we as human beings share a common ancestry with. We both evolved from the same ancestor, and we look so completely different. Our bodies work so completely different. And I recognize that in Star Trek, like, a lot of this is... They didn't have the budget to make a, like... an Arrival-style alien or something like that, you know? I understand that. But I think it just speaks to, like, a real lack of imagination in people in the general public. Like, just think about how different you and I are from, say, an octopus, even though we both evolved right here on Earth, and you trace our ancestry back and we come from the same ancestor. So, like, we've got cephalopods here. Giant Pacific, or let's do mimic octopus. There we go. They're right here. Just a little ancestry thing. Find our common ancestor with the mimic octopus. It's going to take us back to the base of Bilateria, I think. So what, like 700 million years ago? No, more recently than that, 560. That seems a little too recent, actually. But yeah. Like, in the grand scheme of things, of all life on Earth, like, where you see the blue and the red together, that's where we and the octopus both have the same ancestor.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
And, Petty Potom, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Again, it's only 560 million years ago, give or take, when our ancestry here in red splits from that of the octopus. When our lineages diverge, if that makes sense. Kind of nuts to think about, you know? Yeah. Airbomb says, I also have 2,000 suckers. Really? Yeah. Anywho, just wild to think about, you know? Yeah. Really cool. Again, the show is Octopus in My House, or... Right? Did they change the name? I guess they changed it to Octopus Making Contact. Okay. Anyway. There's a link. Really, really cool stuff if you want to save that for later. Yeah. Kathy Lou. I like that, Sadie Cat Lady. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Very cool. Anyway, well, shoot, as promised, let's get back into talking about, well, let's make sure that this particular broadcast does what it says on the box, huh? Let's talk about this remarkable, mysterious creature. What in the world is that? Caught on camera. What in the world? Here, Here, let me play the actual audio from this because the intended emotion is a bit different.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I was out with my other friend and we were just about to start fishing and this giant head pops up behind us. And at first I thought it was a sea lion. The person I was with, he was like, that is not a sea lion, that is a sea turtle. We dropped everything. I just grabbed my phone as fast as I could. And I really didn't know that sea turtles could get that big. He was just cruising along the surface and just kind of gracing us with his presence. He looked very happy. I have seen some amazing animals. This is number one. I didn't know it was on my bucket list, but it clearly was.
Oh my God.
The last one I know was seen at that lodge was in 2008. They have a boat named after it, Leatherback. The sightings are so rare. It truly just is so magical for me. And it just makes me appreciate things so much in our waters. I just feel so special.
Incredible creature.
We call them ancient. They've been around this planet for 100 million years.
That's actually something I'm really interested in finding out, because we don't really know. When do they diverge from the rest of the sea turtles? Is it 70 million years ago? Is it 80, 90, 100, more? We don't really know. They're so different from all other sea turtles today.
Less fun fact, since 2003, they've been endangered. Rare sighting indeed.
Yeah. Well, they've been endangered for a while, but... I figured we'd talk about these critters today. Let's go back to our tree of life. And get ourselves situated here. Let's go to the reptiles, aka sauropsids. Our handy dandy tree. There you go, Misanthrope. Yeah. So, tetrapods, amniotes, sauropsids, aka reptiles. You can take a right here and get to the lepidosaurs, which is the lizards and their friends, like the tuatara. Or you can take a left and get to the birds, turtles, and crocs. And dinosaurs, too. Dinosaurs should be right here, but this doesn't really have extinct groups, so... Birds are the only dinosaurs we get here. But anyway, here's the turtles. They split off pretty early from Archaeolosauria. And among those 230-plus species of living turtle, we can go up here to get to the sea turtles. There's 7 living species, and the leatherback is unique among them. It splits off earlier than the rest of the turtles. All of them share a common ancestor that's much more recent. Leatherbacks are weird and different. They are unique. Very, very different from all other turtles. I'll find you a clip just to help explain this. Here we go.
Leatherbacks are really...
Oh, so there is some dissection footage here. So I'm gonna show this for just like a minute or two. If like me, you get kind of squeamish about this, just fair warning. You look away for a second. But excellent description of what makes them different from other turtles. That's
There are few more
hawksbill turtle there.
prehistoric-looking creatures swimming in the ocean than the sea turtle.
The sea turtle.
It has a head like a dinosaur, a beak like a parrot, and looks like a tortoise with flippers.
No, it doesn't. It's a turtle. Like it... Whatever.
Many animals survive as predators, relying on sharp teeth and claws to catch their prey. But turtles and tortoises have a different approach. They've evolved nature's ultimate defense strategy.
They eat lions for lunch. Just kidding.
The armor-plated shell has kept them safe for over 200 million years.
Here's the leatherback. They have done away with that bony shell. They don't have it anymore. Every other turtle on our planet has got a bony shell. Leatherbacks are the only ones who don't. At least not in the traditional way. They've reduced their carapace and their plastron down to the point where it's a series of almost like bony coins floating in the flesh.
In most sea turtles, the lower shell is made up of 9 bones, which are fused together to form a solid plate.
Called the plastron.
But in the leatherback, these bones are reduced to a ring around the edge.
Yep.
Filling in is this layer of fat, which not only covers the belly, but encircles the entire body. But what's it for?
Leatherbacks are really unusual in that they are.
So there's Dr. Jeanette Weineck there, whom we interviewed. What was it, last month? Month before?
Able to maintain a warmer body temperature than the environment. It's generating heat through its muscle action, and that core of heat is basically being trapped to a certain extent by this blubber layer.
So by having a big blubber layer, it's like wearing its own winter jacket. Even though we think of it as a cold-blooded reptile, it's actually not cold inside.
No.
It's maintaining heat inside.
That is essential if you're going up to the waters off of Portugal or Africa. Some of those waters are quite cold.
Same off the Pacific coast here. There are leatherback turtles that spend the autumn right over there. Off the coast of San Francisco, coast of Santa Cruz, Monterey. That is prime habitat for that Pacific population of leatherbacks. That's water that, like, shoot, when you see surfers surfing in those waters, these people are wearing wetsuits because that water is cold. There's those currents that come down from Alaska. If you've ever tried to go swimming off the coast of California or off the coast of, say, San Francisco or Pacifica, you're gonna want something like that to keep you warm. And Toxic FPV says, I never thought about that. It being a cold-blooded animal that insulates itself to maintain that need for heat. Yeah, so they also generate some of their own heat too, which is kind of remarkable. I'll find you another clip that helps illustrate this in a way that is quite vibrant. There we go. Check this out. And actually, here, now we'll play it safe. There we go. Trek Nerd says scuba diving in Washington is face freezing. I mean, yeah, you know where leatherback turtles go to forage? There's a population that they hang out there. It's like off the northern Oregon coast, southern Washington coast. They're there, eating jellyfish and stuff. A supposedly cold-blooded reptile. That's where they hang out. This is nuts. Check this out. Except for Crocs. Yep. White hot. Yep. 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 Jeez. Ton and a half sounds too heavy, actually. Mm-hmm. It's keeping the heat in. The only non-bird reptiles around today. Yes. 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 Bruce Lee says, what a beautiful creature. They're amazing. Anyway, very cool. And thank you.
Something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Toxic FPV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let me share this. I put together a playlist with the best videos that I could find about leatherback turtles on YouTube. So if you want to save this for a rainy day, bookmark it for later, there you go. Personally curated. It's a good number of videos on here. Including some of those previous broadcasts that we've done.
There to monitor the...
With interviewing experts on leatherback turtles, like Scott Benson here. Did this interview back in at the end of December. And we even did a tier list. I roped Scott into doing this. A tier list of different commercially available leatherback turtle models. I asked him to evaluate each one, and this is fun.
You know, this was called Mercury's turtle, I guess.
Really?
I think it was Mercury because he
Yeah,
carried
winged messenger god?
carried a
Yeah.
lute.
Oh.
So have you ever heard the term for leatherback, a lute, L-U-T-H?
Uh-huh, because of the 7 strings on it?
That's
7
right.
or 5 or whatever.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Huh.
Okay, so
yeah,
we're done with the blue guy?
Yeah. So you said points off for the ridges on there.
The ridges
and the coloration.
And the coloration.
How are the proportions? Are they pretty good overall?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad. I mean, the...
Anyway, this is a lot of fun. Yeah. Luke Herman's Gaming says, what's your favorite scientifically busted myth? You're happy to explain to people why it's not true? Oh, easy. I would say the myth that dinosaurs are extinct. Because they're not. We have so many living dinosaur species today. How many?
Over 9,000!
Just call them birds. I feel like a lot of people have heard this, but they're not totally sure if it's true. Like they're kind of vaguely aware of this idea. So hearing it from a paleontologist, a lot of people have really cool reactions to this. And I always love saying that, you know? Birds are living dinosaurs, you know? So yeah. Anywho. Turtles, by the way, not dinosaurs. I want to make that very clear. I love using this diagram for talking about what is a dinosaur and what isn't. Dinosaurs are everything that is descended from this first ancestral dinosaur species. That's why it includes birds. We can trace their ancestry back through feathered theropod dinosaurs to the origin of the dinosaurs here. Turtles are over here. They are not dinosaurs. Nor are the pterosaurs or the crocs or lizards or snakes. None of those are dinosaurs. They are related to dinosaurs if you go far enough back, but they're not descended from that first dinosaur, so they are not dinosaurs. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But here, let's continue with this video with Jeanette Weinecken here. Oh, whom we also interviewed. We've got that. Here we go. So much for your time. We really, really appreciate this. What a privilege.
No, you know, so we have to wait till they're big enough to carry a tag. I would love to know when, you know, we've got this size going out. What happens?
Baby leatherbacks.
What happens when they're this size? Because at that point they've outgrown their tags. They, you know, when we put a tag on them, they have to be able to shed it without us being there.
Right.
So that's, you know, that's part of being a good, not only a good scientist, but a good, you know, good person. You don't want to.
Right. Yeah. Having a conscience. Yeah.
Feral species with a backpack that's gonna, you know, warp their spine or something like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, here's a link to that video. But Dr. Jeanette Weinecken, I'm hoping we can do a stream or maybe multiple streams with her when I'm in Florida. Yeah.
But they're very rich. It's a good place to feed, and if you're a reptile that's got to feed there, you've got to maintain enough body temperature to function.
Protected by their thermal shield of fat, leatherbacks have been able to conquer the oceans. Leaving Florida's sunny beaches behind, they swim right across the Atlantic to our British shores, where they come to feed on jellyfish, which flourish in our cool seas. In fact, the largest leatherback ever known was found in these waters. This giant, caught on a fishing line off the coast of Wales in 1988, was thought to be 100 years old and weighed almost a ton.
So this specimen still exists in a museum and has been re-examined, and it's not actually that big. Those measurements that were reported earlier, like the ones that they're using here for this documentary, were incorrect.
Being big is another way these turtles deal with the cold.
So it's big, but it's not the world's largest.
Reptiles are traditionally described as cold-blooded, but
anyway, yeah. Let's get into leatherback turtle conservation, which is one of the things I'm very excited to get involved with in Florida. We started this video ages ago. I figured we'd revisit it and go a little bit further with it. And holy cow, Inachu, 20 gift subs there. an appropriate alert, by the way.
Inachu just laid 20 subscription eggs.
Thank you for all those subscription eggs there, Inachu. Thank you kindly. Really appreciate that generous support. Thank you very much. Thanks for helping keep me here on the air. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. 20 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. Thank you, Anacho. I appreciate it tremendously. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you. Here, let's take a look at this. This is a documentary that came out, I don't know, more than 8 years ago, I think. Let me see if I can... Thank you, Ariana Celestine, for the 100 bits. Brilliant. Thank you. When did this come out? 2006. Okay, so this documentary is 20 years old. It does show its age a bit, but I find it charming, and I hope you do too. Yeah. Oh, and what do I know about how leatherbacks shed? Seeing that hard-shelled turtles shed the scutes off the shell, but I can't find it. So with leatherbacks, they lack a lot of the kind of keratin that hard-shelled turtles, including all other sea turtles, have. They don't have, what is it? They lack a certain kind of keratin. Yeah, leatherbacks are unique among reptiles in that their scales lack beta keratin. So they've got this kind of leathery carapace, smooth skin on it. They don't have scales at all. The babies do have scales. So a leatherback hatchling has got scales, and you can see them if you look up close. They lose these through ontogeny. They get rid of them as they grow. And that was actually one of the questions that I asked Jeanette Weineken here. Let me find that clip for you. Transcript. Alright, the search isn't working properly. Hang on a second. There we go. Like, that has something to do with them not having scales as well?
Well, they have scales when they're young.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
And then they shed those, and the osteoderms, I'm going to call them osteoderms. I think that's still the
Sure.
form
Yeah.
is basically got a kind of a waxy skin over it. But as it's developing, you can see that, because we keep them in the lab for several months, we see them go through that shedding period. It's always alarming when you come in and it looks like it's been raining black scales. It's like, oh my God, do we have a signal?
So she's talking about the hatchlings. So really early on, they shed those scales.
No, it's just growing.
Right.
So we can, you can see that. And by the way, so there's two kinds of keratin. There's the alpha and beta keratin, and one of them's strong but not stretchy, and the other's stretchy and not that strong. So
Gotcha. I'm guessing that leatherbacks have the latter.
Yeah, they have the stretchy stuff. They
Yeah,
have both, but they still have Yeah, I'm not going to get into the biochemistry of keratin.
Okay.
First of all,
It
beyond
would
me,
sail over my head. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's that's think about wool versus fingernails or baleen or something like that. So it's
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really.
Yeah. And that kind of answers
Yeah.
a question that I had too. Is like, do the scales get resorbed through ontogeny, or do they slough off? And I guess they just shed them.
They shed them. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. About when does that happen as they're growing? Is it a size thing or an age thing?
Yeah,
Or
it's a size thing, and roughly around straight carapace length of about 7 centimeters. So they come in at about
okay.
4 to 5 centimeters. So when they've almost doubled in size, and they should look. You think of a turtle having a domed shell and a flat bottom.
Yeah.
Leatherback, if they have a flat bottom, they're not healthy. So they should look more like little footballs. So
interesting. That's really funny. Anyway, again, here's a link if you want to watch that interview there. Claire Burr says, so in adults, I presume they kind of slough off dead skin as they swim. It'd be hard to see where a shed starts and ends. Excuse me. I kind of doubt it's like that. I bet you it's more like our skin. Or we as human beings shed skin too. Not just when we're really sunburned. But it's just tiny little bit by tiny little bit. I kind of presume that leatherbacks are the same way. Where the bits of shed skin are so small that you wouldn't even see them. It's not like they're shedding their skin like a snake or something. I don't think you would find anything remotely similar to this from a leatherback, because for one, they don't have scales when they're adults, So I think they're more like... It's probably closer to think of them having a similar sort of thing to what we have, where it's like individual cells that we're shedding off. I think they probably do the same thing. It's a guess. But yeah. Turtle dander, there you go, Mayor Space, I guess, yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this documentary. 20 years old now, I hope you enjoy it. We watched the first little bit of it months ago. Let's restart it. See how far we get with it. Last journey for the leatherback? Uh-oh.
Sea turtles are really symbolic of what's happening to the ocean as a whole. As go sea turtles, so go and will go the ocean.
To know that the oceans are a place that is full of life is very important. I think it is true that all life is sacred, and I think it's also true that we all rely on
The age of reptiles.
We're still in the age of reptiles in some ways. Alex Adventurer, welcome, welcome. I mean, in many ways, we're not in the age of reptiles anymore, but sea turtles are like a remnant of that. That's one of the reasons why I think they're so special. Leatherbacks in particular. They're like a holdover from this time when reptiles ruled supreme over the land and the oceans and the skies. It's such a cool time to imagine, the Mesozoic era. And leatherbacks are like they're straight out of the Mesozoic, I think it's a beautiful thing. the loggerhead right there. Caretta.
Sea turtles are ambassadors for the sea. Through them, we can really see their realm. They are creatures wedded to the part of the planet that is the cornerstone of life support for all of the planet.
When dinosaurs walked the earth, turtles plied the oceans.
Yep.
They are as old as history itself, and they have remained virtually unchanged throughout millennia.
I mean, they're older than history. Written word is not that old.
Through the era of volcanoes and earthquakes, past the coming of the Ice Age, and into modern human history, sea turtles have traversed the seas on an endless journey, a nomadic voyage through time.
I love this lofty language. It's not wrong.
Less than a century ago, sea turtles abounded throughout the world's oceans in vast numbers. Today, all 7 species are in danger of disappearing forever. Yet, among all sea turtles, a single species stands alone.
Yep.
The leatherback, a symbol of all its kind, perched precariously on the road to oblivion, a road paved by human ignorance and apathy. It is the largest of all sea turtles, and less than 50 years ago, was thriving in the world's oceans. Today, the leatherback is but a shadow of its former glory, and unless concern for its survival converts into action, these magnificent creatures will forever be lost. Like their cousins on land, sea turtles are cold-blooded reptiles. Yet,
right,
unlike
airspace,
their land
absolutely.
cousins,
Yeah.
sea turtle legs have evolved over millennia into long, graceful flippers that allow them to propel rapidly through the oceans. They can travel long distances in relatively short periods of time, rising to the surface occasionally only to replenish their lungs with oxygen. To protect them from predators, all but one species of sea turtle evolved a bony outer shell.
And that's
shape and color.
I would quarrel with that in the sense that sea turtles didn't evolve those shells. Their terrestrial ancestors already had a full-on carapace and plastron. If anything, sea turtles have done away with that a bit. So the leatherback we already talked about has completely gotten rid of much of that carapace and plastron. But, look at the skeleton of Colonia mitis, the green sea turtle. They've gotten rid of part of that carapace as well. Maybe to help lighten things up. Maybe that's the idea. They're trying to achieve neutral buoyancy in the water. Something to do with that. But yeah, anyway, their ancestors already had like a full-on shell on land. If anything, they've reduced it. Compare that with the leatherback, and it's gone. They don't have that anymore. It's a rib cage there, you know?
Gotta have them ribs.
So yeah. Anywho, Dan the BC Man says, what is causing turtles to die off? Oh, that's kind of what this documentary is about. But just to kind of TLDR it, human fishing practices. So catching these sea turtles in nets and drowning them. Sea turtles get drowned on long lines and other fishing gear like that. Stealing their eggs, and also just slaughtering the mother turtles themselves. That's been reducing their numbers. Plastic pollution is also a concern. Climate change is a concern. The destruction of their nesting beaches. You know, if you get rid of that beach and you turn it into like a beach resort instead. You build a hotel where there used to be just hundreds of meters of sandy beach. It's not going to be good for them either. You know, they don't have a place to lay their eggs anymore. All of these things are big contributing factors.
Of which differ markedly among all species. This shell represents one of the most effective armaments of any vertebrate that has ever lived. But for the short sojourns by the females to nesting beaches for egg-laying, sea turtles spend their entire lives in the water, which accounts for how little we know of their lives and natural history. Only now, as they are fast disappearing, are we beginning to unravel their mysteries. The ancestors of sea turtles were inhabitants of the land. Then, over 150 million years ago, they returned to the sea.
And Wilco makes a really good point, yeah. Research into warming climates influencing the sex of turtles hatched. Excuse me, we have a phrase for that. I wonder if Jeanette mentioned that during our interview. Yeah.
So one of the mechanism that most turtles have is you know, what we would call hot chicks, cool dudes.
Right.
And that's warmer temperatures produce warmer incubation temperatures produce females, and cooler or less warm. You know, we're in South Florida, so it's warm,
Pretty warm all the time. Yeah.
Can produce males. And I wouldn't say we produce a lot of males, but there are areas that do produce some males, thank goodness. We're seeing fewer and fewer of them, but that's a different part of the story. But anyway, people will say, well, why don't you just heat up the water or cool down the water? And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. So let's talk about development. And so, you know, this happens in the nest, and the nest is underground, and it's not, you know, there's no mom babysitting that nest. It's a typical reptilian system.
Right.
Where mom comes in, digs the nest, deposits her eggs, covers it up, and leaves. And, you know, it's really, that nest is at the vagaries of the, you know, dealing with the vagaries of weather. And, you know, so if we get all cloudy days and lots of rain, we might get some boys out of it. And if we get hot sunny days, well, that's a different story. That's a
So it's a serious issue, and like it's been studied in Australia extensively. Here, I think they talk a bit about that here. Rising temperatures in North Queensland are affecting the sex of turtle populations, with an extremely high number of females being hatched. The sex of green turtles is determined by the incubation temperature of the sand when they're eggs. The warmer the weather, the higher the chance of females being hatched. Scientists caught young turtles hatched in the North Great Barrier Reef, and more than 99% were female. More than 99% were female. That could be a recipe for disaster, you know? This is known as feminization and could be bad news for the species. Without more males, this globally significant population of over 200,000 nesting female turtles could eventually crash. So scientists with the World Wildlife Fund in Australia are working on practical ways to help the turtle population. They could put shade over key nesting beaches, potentially. But preventing a population crash of marine turtles and other vulnerable species relies on curbing climate change. There we go. I mean, if you put shade over the beaches, it's just a band-aid. You're not actually solving the problem. Australia must adopt ambitious climate change targets that will save the reef and its unique creatures. So yeah. And it then did says maybe that's the normal proportion. We know absolutely for a fact that it's not, because this has been heavily studied, you know? You can also tell at a glance who's male and who's female with most sea turtles, because the males have got a long tail and the female doesn't. So let me see if I can show you. There we go. These are hawksbill turtles. But the female has a really short tail, male has a long tail. It's pretty dramatic. Short tail, female, long tail, male. So the ratio is supposed to be something like 50-50, or close to that at least. Not 99-1, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Raffle says, is there any maleization of turtles, masculinization, if the temperature is flipped? I mean, if you have colder temperatures, you will get more of the embryos will turn male rather than female. But yeah, this is at a specific time during the incubation. So when the eggs are there in the sand, there's like key developmental milestones that get reached by the developing embryo. And if it happens to be really hot during that time, it's going to be female. Well, if it happens to be too hot, then it just cooks the embryo and the baby turtle dies. But cooler temperatures lead to males. It's what we call temperature-dependent sex determination. So turtles don't have sex chromosomes like mammals do. There's no like XY, XX thing going on. It's temperature that determines that. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Sir Yogi-wan says, I live halfway between Sydney and Brisbane. We should not be getting sea turtles last decade or so. We've had more showing up to light. Interesting. When you say you should not get them, do you mean like that hasn't happened in the past few decades, or... Because I think a lot of people are surprised to learn that, like, the beaches near where they live used to be host to thousands of nesting female turtles, like a century ago. But there might not be any memory of that among living people. But, like, historically, that's been prime habitat. Green sea turtles, in particular, they used to be pretty rare. In fact, they were like kind of on the brink of extinction at one point, and
just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Danny Dios Seldepan. Hey, Danny Dios Adelpin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But, yeah, the green sea turtle has been taken off the global endangered species list. Some people say this might be a little premature, but it was a decision that was made at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the IUCN. And their numbers have been increasing globally. Green sea turtles, they've been coming back. Conservation efforts have been working. So that could be one of the reasons why maybe they're showing up in areas where they haven't been expected before, Sir Yogi-wan, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah. But yeah. And it says all you need is one male. What happens if that one male gets hit by a boat or eaten by a shark, you know? Also, that one male can only breed with so many females. And also, that would be a tremendous genetic bottleneck. Like, if you had one male and 1 million females, even if he manages to breed with all those females, you could still get the population going extinct within the next generation because you have a genetic bottleneck. There's no genetic diversity. If everybody's got the same dad, and he happens to have some sort of, I don't know, genetic susceptibility to a disease or something like that. Like, it's just a nightmare scenario. You want a lot of males and a lot of females. That's, you know, I think that would be obvious, but maybe not. You know? This is not like a... Dr. Strangelove kind of scenario here. Anyhow. Yeah. Where the cold and hot waters meet, it's never been warm enough for them to this far south. Oh! I see what you mean, Suryogi-wan. You're saying the temperature has risen to the point where an area that used to be too cold for turtles is now... Oh boy. I mean, that might be good for those turtles, but that's not going to be good for the species that rely on cold water in a cold water place, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. Addicted to Capping says, it's weird to me. I was looking at pictures of the Solomon Islands. Those islands and swamps seem very ancient to me. It's such a cool place, the Solomon Islands. Holy cow. It's also one of the prime breeding habitats for leatherback turtles. There's a big breeding population. One of the most important in the world that exists here. It's so cool. Yeah. And there's these cool swamps and stuff. This might be... What was it? Is Ramrey Island in the Solomon Islands? No, that's Burma. Never mind. Myanmar. But you get saltwater crocodiles in the Solomons too, I think. Really cool place. Yeah. Solomon Islands are really cool off Kokoda, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video here.
Today's sea turtles evolved from gigantic ancestors like Archelon.
This is also maybe not true. We don't think Archelon had any direct descendants. Leatherback turtles may or may not be related to these guys. Yeah. I have, some Archelon here in the office today. That's the hind flipper from this animal. This is the small flipper. The hind flipper is the little one. Look at the size of this. Just bonkers. It's huge. Look at that. You know? Astonishing. That's a big turtle. These guys may or may not be related to leatherbacks. It's one of the things I'd love to help try and figure out, but it's still kind of a mystery.
Which plied the oceans during the Cretaceous period.
And yeah, Guadalcanal. Exactly, Kackensdorf. Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about Ramrey Island and all the crocodiles and that big legend about all those Japanese soldiers being killed and eaten by crocodiles, which that's probably an exaggeration. Anyway. Back to this.
Period. When dinosaurs roamed the earth.
The stop motion here.
They are the gentlest of creatures, ancient in geological and mythological terms as well, for they are revered in many indigenous cultures as a symbol of creation, longevity, and wisdom.
Oh, but this reminds me of something that was making me laugh over the weekend that I should share with you too. If Shark Geek were here, he'd get a kick out of this. Let's see. Here we go. I was looking through this article over the weekend for some reason. I forget why. These are the shark attacks in New Jersey, 1916. There were some people who thought that these were not sharks that were interacting with people here. But, I thought this was really, really funny. So, in a letter to the New York Times, and here we almost need some special music for this. In a letter to the New York Times, a Barrett P. Smith of Sound Beach, New York, over 135 miles away, wrote... And sorry, the music's a little distracting. This is someone who has an interesting idea about who might actually be responsible for those bites on people. Having read with much interest the account of the fatality off Spring Lake, New Jersey, I should like to offer a suggestion somewhat at variance with the shark theory. Scientists believe it is most unlikely that a shark was responsible. Oh, really? Who do you think is more likely there? Lots of people believe it more likely that the attack was made by a sea turtle. What? Scientists have spent much time at sea and along shore and have several times seen turtles large enough to inflict such wounds. These creatures are of a vicious disposition and when annoyed are extremely dangerous to approach, and it is a common theory that Bruder may have disturbed one while it was asleep on or close to the surface. He's talking about like people who were like bitten in half by, not bitten in half, but you know, people who died from being bitten by most likely a bull shark or maybe a white shark. And he's like, this guy's like, no, this gotta be a turtle, you know? It's just... It reminds me of this guy writing a letter to the newspaper. It reminds me of this. Oh.
Dear Mr. President, there are too many states nowadays. Please eliminate 3. I am not a crackpot.
Yeah. Lordy says I was helping you share that today. No, I didn't. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. I just love this. These creatures are of a vicious disposition, and when annoyed are extremely dangerous to approach. I just think it's so funny, the opinions that people have about different animals when they know nothing about these creatures.
And mythological creatures as well, for they are revered in many indigenous cultures as a symbol of creation, longevity, and wisdom. They possess remarkable navigational skills, skills which remain a mystery to us. They engage.
And hang on a second, GMO Paint has got a question. Suchomimus and baryonyx were mostly complete when discovered, right? No. So neither of those is complete. Here, if you ever want to know how much material we have from a given dinosaur, I'll give you a little trick you can use. Go to an image search thing like this, and you just type in like, say baryonyx, skeletal, like skeletal diagram. And chances are, someone like the very talented Scott Hartman will have put together a skeletal diagram like this. Oh, here we go. There's Baryonyx and Suchomimus side by side. So the bones filled in white here are the ones that we actually have for Suchomimus and for Baryonyx, and here they are to scale. So you can get a sense for how much we actually have of these animals. For Suchomimus, I'd say that's pretty close to complete, but there's still, like, important parts that we're missing. Like, for this entire family, the Spinosauridae, all the Spinosaurids, these long-snouted fish-eating dinosaurs, we don't have any wrist bones from any of these guys. We don't know what their wrists look like, and thus we don't really have a good idea for what their wrists can do. Like, what kind of flexibility do they have, weight-bearing capabilities, stuff like that.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Beauty, and the Blump. Ken, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Anyhow. And Murph says, do dinosaurs have a set number of vertebrae, or is it variable? It is variable, yeah. In fact, I think we even have some... I want to say that we have some examples of dinosaurs where members of the same species can have a variable number of vertebrae. Who was I talking to about this? Where they were talking about, like, baby Psittacosaurus that were from the same nest, presumably? And some of them have more vertebrae than their siblings. So I think it is fairly variable. It's interesting in different animal groups. Sometimes there's a set number. So, like, mammals, nearly all mammals have 7 vertebrae in their necks. Like a giraffe and a person have the same number of neck bones. Sea turtles all have the same number of neck vertebrae too. They have 8. Yeah, but then you get other animals where it's like, who cares? You know, they'll just change their number of vertebrae through evolution really quickly, or even like individuals can have different counts. So yeah. Elasmosaurs. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Good question, Murph. And L.E.K. Payton. I know what you're talking about. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you. And would that be down to small bones on the wrist, says Suryogi One? Would the variability be down to the small bones on the wrist? Those... I don't know how much variability there is there. I know for some of those free-floating bones, you can have high variability in them. But I don't know if wrist bones would count there. Anywho. Oh, finding them. Could you rephrase, Suryogi One? I'm finding what? I'm not following your question, sorry. Yeah. An activated complex says, reminds me of a fun fact about centipedes, in which the only number of legs that we have never found one to have is 100. There you go. Yeah. Anywho. And MXL. I don't even know what that is, Commander Caleb. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, the mic. Nope. It's an AT2020. I didn't know off the top of my head. Yeah. Oh, which, if they might have small bones that make up the wrist, which might not preserve. Oh, okay. No, that there should be... You should still get preservation of those bones, but they are small... They can be difficult to identify in the field. There's less likely to be dug up properly and collected. Yeah. For baryonyx here in particular, like the crew that dug it up from the Natural History Museum in London, they had a lot of things working against them. So, like, you'll notice that both of the femurs here are incomplete. They got dug through during the excavation process. Yeah.
Digging these bones out of the ground is a slow process.
It should be slow, and you should be really careful doing it. And I've heard some people say that maybe the Brits weren't doing that. But anyway, Beckosaurus. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. So yeah. Since the turtles can move in the shell, and this can affect the local temperatures they experience and even the sex they develop. Interesting, Murph. I've never heard of that before. I'll look that up. If only to download that and save that so I can read about it later. Folder, leatherbacks, literature, paste. Nice. Thank you, Murph. Interesting. I will have to read this later. Huh. Yeah. Causing Avocado says, do we know if dinosaurs also had their esophagus on the bottom and their trachea on top? Caused a lot of choking and aspiration problems in humans? That is an excellent question. My first instinct in answering that would be to talk about the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. So anytime we have a question about dinosaurs that's hard to answer just with fossils, something that's unknown, we look at their closest living relatives. We can look at crocs, who are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. And we can look at birds, who literally are living dinosaurs. I don't know what the situation is with the placement of the trachea and the esophagus in crocs or in birds, but dinosaurs being here in the middle, we would expect them to be in the middle there, anatomically speaking, too, if that makes sense. We can look up diagrams of esophagus and trachea. Interesting. So if this diagram is to be believed, the esophagus is higher than the trachea in birds like this feral rock dove. Esophagus. This could be a special thing that birds evolved after their evolution from dinosaurs. So that's why, that's why we do a bracketing thing here. That's why you look at the other group that brackets your mystery group. So in this case, crocs. Trachea and so esophagus above the trachea in alligators, according to this diagram here. But yeah, I don't know. Crazy to me that gravity would send a food bolus straight south in the windpipe. There's so many things about our bodies that are, if you were to design this thing from scratch, you would do it completely differently. You know? You imagine like a biological contractor walking over and just going like, you know, I think we gotta just tear this whole thing down and start from scratch, you know? But we don't start from scratch. Our bodies are like there's so many evolutionary hand-me-downs. There's things that we've inherited from our ancestors. There's long lists of these different features that you would never design it that way, you know? It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It's pretty funny, and it's cool to think about, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Commander Caleb says, if you were in the mid-20th century, what animals would you keep as pets to prevent extinction with genetic diversity that's extinct today? I wouldn't keep them as pets. I'd try to preserve their habitat. You know? Animals are nothing without their habitat. There are species that are extinct in the wild today, and that's a tragedy because, like, will they ever get reintroduced if their habitat is gone? But I don't know, the animals that leap to mind are like, I don't know when the Carolina parakeet went extinct, but this was the United States' only native parrot species. I want to say it was like 1912 or something when they died out. Oof. The last known specimen, a male named Incus, perished in captivity in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1918. Yeah, there's lots of critters like this where if you could just preserve their habitat, you could save them, you know? Little Big Pony, yeah. That's the thing, is that there are a laundry list of beautiful species like this that went extinct due to human greed, carelessness, and ignorance. I don't want the leatherback turtle to join those lists, you know? There's time. We can save them. Here.
If the plight of all sea turtles could be epitomized by one species, it would be the leatherback. Among sea turtles, leatherbacks are the most unique. At up to 8 feet in length and weighing up to 2,000 pounds, they are Earth's largest living reptile, dwarfing all other sea turtles, and yet we know practically nothing of their natural history. Only now, with the advent of satellite tracking, are we getting a glimpse of their lives at sea, and it may not be at all as random as we once thought.
The leatherbacks really are amazing creatures. They're the largest sea turtles, the oldest in terms of their evolutionary history. They dive deeper and range over a larger part of the ocean than any other organism that we're aware of.
You saw leatherback IRL, Chimo Paint? That's amazing. I have not seen one yet, and I've been obsessed with these animals for almost a year now. I always knew that they were special and cool, but like last May when I got to go to Puerto Rico and like look at some family history stuff and have a nice vacation, almost every beach that I went to had leatherback nests on it. Which was a revelation, you know? Just incredible to see this in person. Because I always knew that these were astonishing animals. But for them to suddenly feel close to home like that, like, holy cow, there's eggs right there under that sand. this creature that had a near legendary status in my mind, it's like, holy cow, there it is. I still haven't seen a live one. Hoping to in Florida at the end of May. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Astonishing animals.
They've really been successful for perhaps 100 million years, and in the past 50 to 100 have seen big threats to their extinction.
The leatherbacks, apart from the other sea turtles, have the potential for just capturing the imagination of people and to be, in a sense, that kind of creature with charisma and the power to focus attention on what's happening to the sea.
Right.
For many years, they have been the most abundant sea turtle in the Pacific, but that has changed. It has changed dramatically just in the past 25 years, and especially the last 10 years. They're
So in this case, the last 10 years would have been from 1996 until 2006.
They're being captured in unprecedented numbers. Our fishing is what represents the greatest threat to their future.
Pacific leatherbacks nest in 4 major locations in the whole Pacific Basin, and at all of those locations, save one, the populations have been declining extremely rapidly, particularly over the last 10 years or so.
I mean, look at this. Just in Mexico, 1986, 6,500 nests.
Years or so.
2002, 200 nests. Think about that, you know? That's down to 3% of what their numbers used to be. It's a 97% decline.
The Malaysian population is basically gone, and the Mexican and Costa Rican populations have been declining at 20% a year for the past 5 years. So we have real concerns about just the numbers of leatherbacks that are out there.
Commander Caleb says, not hopeless, but still grim. Yeah, I mean, there are places where their numbers seem to be on the increase, like in the Caribbean. But the Pacific population still does seem to be declining at an alarming rate. The population that we have off the coast here of California, they're still declining at, it's like 5% per year, according to every metric that we have, like every way of actually studying this, you know? I'll see if I can find that that clip where I was talking to Scott Benson about this.
Bad, I mean,
So Scott Benson is somebody who knows more about leatherbacks than almost anybody. He's worked with these animals for decades now at this point.
Yeah, we've been, of course, replicating the surveys and so forth over that time, and we've seen an 80% decline at the foraging ground here in California.
Just in
the last 30 years.
So in 3 decades, 80% population decline.
Correct. At the foraging ground. Now, people would say potentially, well, and it's a fair question to ask, like, well, how do you know they just didn't go feed somewhere else because there's nothing here? Now, if we look at some of the other data, we don't see any decline with the jellies like that. We see a lot of variability from one year to the next, but not a trend and decline of jellies.
So it's not like their food is disappearing.
No.
There's something else happening.
And if we go to the nesting beach, where we have colleagues over there that have been studying
Right.
the beach, they came up with a 80% decline in 30 years at the nesting beach.
Right.
I understand they're just about ready to publish another paper about that shows that since that data set ended around 2011 or 2013, that since that time they're just seeing it flat. So, which is good.
Okay, yeah.
You know, I mean, you got to stop going down first.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And so that it's maybe flat right now, and maybe hopefully someday we'll see it going up again. But it hasn't gotten anything back. It's still depleted by 80% over that time.
Right.
So that's not good. And that's how we determine these things. We here on the foraging ground, we do line transect surveys. At the nesting beach, they count females at the beach.
Right. What do you think is driving that decline? Because I know that's kind of a mystery, but what's your hunch about this?
I say I started my career working on tuna seiners.
Right.
Okay, and they were catching dolphins. They caught a lot of other things too out there, including turtles. That's a very steep decline in a short period of time for an animal that has otherwise been on the planet for nearly 80 million years.
Right.
And fishing bycatch is probably the number one thing. I mean, there's always concern at the nesting beach because they're very vulnerable at those places. You have to have protections there for the eggs and the adult animals themselves.
Right.
And many places, and if not most places where leatherback turtles are nesting, the primary areas, they are protected. In areas, leatherbacks are unique that if they lay 10 clutches of eggs, they won't put all 10 clutches on the same beach.
Right.
They'll put a
their eggs
couple
into other baskets.
And that's exactly like it's like hedging your bet. And what that over the years, millions of years, what that has done is that if for some reason some catastrophe would happen at the primary nesting beach, there's a couple others in these other places. If they work, they work.
Yeah.
But that behavior also subjects those animals that don't nest at the primary nesting beach to potentially be eaten, killed themselves, or their eggs going to be poached.
Yeah.
So,
anyhow, as Scott was saying, fishing seems to be the primary threat to these animals.
While leatherback populations continue to decline, researchers are redoubling their efforts to save them. First, by identifying all of the causes, then developing realistic programs to reverse the damage. This strategy is based on past sea turtle problems and the efforts put forward to resolve them.
There is already a model that has worked for the Kemp's Ridley, which was the most endangered sea turtle.
Gulfport shrimpers utilize huge trawl nets to scoop in vast quantities of shrimp. Nets that are deployed from the rear of the vessel and dragged underwater for hours. Each year, thousands of tons of bycatch are brought on board and discarded.
So it's...
And in the past, this included sea turtles, including...
And it's something like 90% of what they're catching just dies and gets thrown overboard. It's not the shrimp that they're actually after. So, like, shrimp fishing like this, it's not really a kind way to put it. It's incredibly wasteful and destructive.
The highly endangered Kemp's Ridley. Once a turtle became trapped in the net, its fate was all but sealed. Yet a simple device developed by fishermen and researchers.
And you might be thinking, like, well, shoot, these are sea turtles. It's in the water. Why does it matter if it gets caught in a net? It can't come up to breathe. They drown. Because these fishing vessels would be dragging these nets along for hours and hours. Sure, they could stop every 30 minutes and check for turtles and try and let them out, but they're not going to do that. That cuts into their time. They've got pretty thin profit margins to start with, usually. It's people trying to make a living, like, their interests and the interests of the turtles are in conflict. So what do we do to solve that? You know? Need to adapt our methods, says XBBDD. Yes. So what do? Well, you'll see.
All but resolve the issue. turtle excluder devices, now required by law, are attached near the end of the net. As the trapped turtle heads for the pocket, it bounces off an iron grate, pinballing it down through an escape hatch and back to open sea.
How cool is
Saving
that?
both time and money for the fishermen and the lives of thousands of sea turtles.
The turtle excluder device law reduced the interaction and accidental bycatch of the Kemp's Ridley by the shrimping industry, which was the major impact upon the adult population. The shrimp are caught at the same level that they would be caught if there was not a grid there.
So it doesn't actually affect like their shrimp catch at all. In fact, the fishermen decided for a while they fought this tooth and nail, and you can read about this in a really excellent book I've got up here. Voyage of the Turtle by Carl Safina. Goes into a lot of detail about this and interviews a lot of the people who were key players in this whole drama. But yeah, I can just kind of summarize it for you when yeah, this is like page 80 onward, I think. Yeah. Page 82 for about 10 pages after that, something like that. There was one particular like shrimp fisherman who actually came up with this device. Because he was a clever guy and he didn't like catching and killing turtles by mistake. He's like, let me just put this thing together, and he wasn't getting his nets torn up by turtles or by trash and stuff like that. He had this little escape hatch for anything large to be able to pass through the net. And he had this on his boat, and he kept it a secret for a while. It was this little contraption. And eventually he realized, oh shoot, I should probably share this with other people. And that was kind of the prototype for the whole turtle excluder device thing. It ended up being a huge fight, because whether you're talking about fishers or farmers or ranchers or whoever, one characteristic that I think all those different professions, those different people share, is that they hate being told what to do more than anything else in the world. And so you tell them that they have to put a device on their nets, and like they will curse you, they'll threaten to eat your family, whatever, you know? But then some laws went into place eventually, like decades later. There were countless numbers of turtles, sea turtles, who were drowned in these nets before the laws finally went into effect and were enforced, and the repeals failed and everything. And then the fishermen realized, oh shoot, we're not getting garbage caught on our nets anymore. Our nets are not getting torn. We're not killing these turtles anymore. We actually really like these things. So anyway, here's a video from...
because they capture this shrimp with...
Oh, hang on a second. Kind of explaining the whole turtle excluder device, the TED, here.
Hi, my name is Joe. I manage the Section 609 program in the Office of Marine Conservation. Through the program, we certify that wild-caught shrimp harvested in certain nations is eligible to enter the United States because they capture this shrimp without adversely affecting sea turtles. They do this by harvesting the shrimp in very cold or very deep waters, by not using trawlers, or if they have trawlers, by using a turtle excluder device, or TED.
So what should have happened, honestly? Like, if I ran the zoo, here's what I'd do. You should have had a well-funded, you know, fisheries department of the government. They hire people to create these devices, You give them for free to everybody who's in these fishing fleets. All the fishers there, they put them in their nets. And then you offer like a subsidy to them. Be like, hey, every day you use this, it's another $20 in your pocket. Or whatever, you know? But that's usually not how these programs work. That's usually not how the federal government thinks. You know, yeah.
This is a model of a TED, a simple but effective device based on a design by U.S. fishermen and refined by the National Marine Fisheries Service over decades. A TED can be made for less than $200 or 3 times that amount. It all depends on the cost of the materials and labor. As things pass through the net into the TED, the bars, spaced 4 inches apart, allow only shrimp and other small items to flow into the bag. The TED excludes all things bigger, including large fish like sharks, mammals such as dolphins, trash and debris, as well as sea turtles.
Yep.
Under normal conditions, this flap would be closed due to the flow of the water. But nonetheless, all these larger items will exit the trawl through the opening, which is designed to allow the leatherback, the largest sea turtle, to escape the net. Of course, proper installation and maintenance of the TED is important to ensure the escape of sea turtles and the capture of shrimp. Keep watching to see a TED in action.
The Department of State and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, implements Section 609 of Public Law 101-162, which prohibits the importation of wild-caught shrimp harvested in ways that may adversely affect sea turtles. The department certifies to Congress if importing economies have adopted a regulatory program to reduce the incidental taking
the system works.
of turtles in its shrimp trawl fisheries, such as through the use of turtle excluder devices or TEDs. Officers at U.S. embassies advocate with their host governments to mandate the use of TEDs in their
How cool is
fishing
that?
fleets. The department makes certifications annually based on overseas verification.
So it's really simple when you think about it. Like, it's just some stupid metal bars at an angle. Like this.
The use of turtle excluder devices
So anything big hits that and goes up through this flap. It's beautifully simple. Elegant.
or
You know?
TEDs. Officers at U.S. embassies advocate with their host governments to mandate the use of TEDs in their fishing fleets. The department makes certifications annually based on overseas verification visits by department and NOAA representatives.
So, excuse me. Here's a link to that video there. But this is why if anybody at home is thinking about eating shrimp anytime soon, there's one simple thing that you can do to make sure that your purchase of those shrimp is not, you know, signing their death certificate of some sea turtles. Make sure that your shrimp comes from the U.S. Because other countries, most of them do not have these laws in place. They don't have turtle excluder devices. They're killing countless numbers of sea turtles. Here in the U.S., at least we have laws about this kind of thing. Get your shrimp from the U.S. if you can. You're also supporting shrimp fishers here in the United States, too. That's if you're a U.S. citizen. If you're in another country and you can get shrimp imported from the U.S., great. Yeah. And are those laws still in place? I don't think that anything's happened to them during this current presidential regime, if that's what you mean, Golganak. I think we're still okay. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Commander Caleb, I don't really know anything about any of that enough to have an opinion. So, yeah. Did they demo the TED at a TED Talk? I don't know how to do it. I'm not sure. I doubt it. I think this is before then. I want to say this was like the 80s. when it was first invented. I wonder if we can find a video on that. Looking through here, trying to find. Like a history of this kind of thing. I guess Australia has this too. Well, well, well. I guess this is just an animation of how it's supposed to work. Wow. Oscar worthy. Yeah. Anyhow.
Vote for poison.
Moss 3456, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If you want to learn more about that whole dramatic story about the invention of the turtle excluder device and the fight to get it implemented, it's in this book, Voyage of the Turtle by Carl Safina. Highly recommended. This is the... If you would like to read a non-fiction narrative book about leatherback turtles, this is the book. This is the one to get. It's good stuff. Highly recommended. Anyway. And Murph says, NOAA has had a budget slash, and they are looking to eliminate oceanic and atmospheric research, so it's in danger. Oh, Looks like people like me are going to have our work cut out for us, huh? Let's continue.
The leatherback situation is quite different indeed. And yet, if it is to be resolved, it must utilize a cooperative effort, not only from fishermen and researchers, but from a concerned public as well. Considering the depleted state of the leatherback populations, efforts to save them must be comprehensive and multifaceted, and must begin even before the turtles are born.
And here, I'll give you the book there, Reeler Willow. There you go.
Along the unprotected beaches where leatherback females lay and bury their eggs, human communities often contribute to the problem.
At the interface, the land-sea interface, where the beaches, where the leatherbacks come like other sea turtles to deposit their eggs, well, there is a problem because their eggs taste good to human beings. They have been a treat and have been taken, I suppose, for as long as people have found turtle eggs, they have consumed them. But at this point, every egg that is taken tips the scales inexorably toward the demise of these creatures that have such a long and distinguished history.
Eggs that are left to hatch spring from the sand a new generation of leatherbacks, which scamper to the ocean home they will know for the rest of their lives. Challenged by natural predators, only 1 in 1,000 will survive to adulthood. The dramatic decline in leatherbacks over the past decade seems to correlate with an industrial fishing technology that can now be found in practically every ocean on Earth.
The swordfish longline hooks and the lines that the leatherbacks tend to get tangled in, even more than getting hooked on, that are used to catch swordfish off California, off South America. There are many of them in the water, and they do catch substantial numbers of leatherbacks.
Until 1991, the leatherback's worst enemy was the open ocean drift net fishery. Thousands of vessels, large and small, plied the Pacific Ocean, laying out daily hundreds of thousands of miles of invisible monofilament net. Drift netting was widely considered the most effective method of catching its target species of tuna, swordfish, salmon, and squid. It was also considered the most environmentally destructive method of fishing ever devised, for it caught
Sharks,
and killed
dolphins,
everything
whales.
that swam into its clutches. Every year, millions of tons of bycatch were thrown back to sea, including thousands of dolphins and whales, hundreds of thousands of seabirds, and an untold number of turtles, including leatherbacks. The devastating impact drift netting was having on the marine life of the Pacific resulted
And Dark Fleet. Oh, I should check that out, Murph. Johnny CIA Harris. That sounds really interesting, though. I'll watch that after stream today. Oof. Yeah. Like, there are so many, like, unregistered fishing boats out in international waters. And many of the people who are working aboard those are essentially slaves. These are people who are... They're, like, tricked to... brought aboard these ships and they can't leave. And the ships might be out there for years at a time because they'll just transfer their catch to other boats and then they'll get a little bit of food from them. And maybe the captains will switch out every once in a while or something. But the people who were there on these fishing boats, they're essentially like slave labor. And if something happens to them, they just get thrown overboard, It's bad for people. It's bad for ocean health. It's bad for sea turtles. Ugh.
in a United Nations ban in 1991, and it wasn't long before these vessels converted to longlining.
And that's horrifying, a floating prison. I mean, we're not going to look into that right now, but like, read about it on your own if you'd like to, because it is horrific. It's horrifying. Oh, and interesting, Dr. Tara. Okay. Thank you, Murph. Okay. Yeah. Repost for turtle news. I appreciate that, Dr. Tara. Is this like Hell Creek turtles? Oh, very cool. I'm going to read this too. Thank you, Dr. Tara, for posting it. Nice. We got to get through this, though, and I got to get ready to wrap up the stream before too long.
The ban on open ocean drift netting only temporarily halted the carnage. As the drift net vessels converted to longlining, the philosophy remained the same. Take as much from the ocean as fast as you can, with little or no regard for the collateral damage. Tuna, sharks, billfish,
okay.
Everything was killed.
Great audiobook too?
And longlining could...
I've got a lot of driving ahead of me as I go down to Anaheim over the weekend. I might nab that audiobook.
Be used on huge deep-sea ships that remain at sea for months at a time, or small coastal vessels that fish closer to home. The longline method of fishing utilizes a single line, often up to 60 miles in length. buoyed at the surface with thousands of baited hooks extending down a nylon monofilament line.
Sci-Fi Wasabi says the world lets China destroy all sea life, and yet Americans always find a way to blame ourselves. I'm sorry. Don't get me started. Oh boy. You look at what the United States is doing right now, waging a absolutely pointless war in the Middle East, repealing all of these environmental regulations, getting rid of funding for renewable energy and stuff like that. We're the biggest villains in the world right now. Like, if you don't realize that, you're asleep. Recently, China ratified an ocean conservation treaty, along with a whole host of other nations, to protect ocean life. The United Kingdom and the United States were two of the only countries that did not sign this. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This, like, xenophobia is... I won't have any part of it, you know? And we're toward the end of today's stream. I don't have as much patience for this sort of thing as I might at the beginning of a broadcast. But, look. Bring that elsewhere. Not here. Not on Paleontologizing. Better yet, go do some reading. Inform yourself.
The line is left in the water overnight, and in the morning is retrieved, and the catch landed. The baited hooks aren't discriminating, taking anything that bites the bait or gets snagged by the sharp hooks, including
nice, how
an
to do it?
occasional
Okay.
rhesus dolphin, as well as hundreds of unsuspecting sea lions.
Oh boy.
This one was lucky. He came up alive, and because the video camera was rolling, the crew removed the hook and released him alive. The bycatch includes many species of non-target fish, millions of sharks and seabirds, and tens of thousands of marine mammals and sea turtles, including leatherbacks.
The leatherbacks are being caught on the long lines. We have some video footage of one longline trip in 1997 that caught 2 juvenile leatherbacks on a longline west of the Galapagos Islands. Fishing fleets are coming all the way from Spain, from Norway. They're moving into the Eastern Pacific. We already have thousands of boats from Japan, from Taiwan, from Indonesia, setting these long lines that can be 80, 90 miles long. Each one deploys 5,000 to 8,000 hooks at a time. We know it's definitely adult mortality, and we know that long lining started in the early 90s, and we know it's grown exponentially. That's the problem.
The devastating impact of long lining on the marine ecosystem is evidenced by the data collected from researchers at sea.
Anyway, I think I'm maybe about at my limit for today, but I really like what Kacklinsdorf had to say here, and I would agree with that. You know, Americans can improve America, Chinese can improve China, Dutch can improve the Netherlands, etc. Yes, I don't have any say at all whatsoever about what's going on in China. I have no input to the Chinese government. I'm an American. Theoretically, I should have some say in what the American government does. That's what I'm concerned with. That's what I'm going to worry about. That's where I can make a real difference, rather than just trying to complain about what somebody else's government is doing overseas, language that I don't speak, something that I'm not involved with. I want to make sure that my focus is on what I can change. As an American, I have some degree of responsibility for what the United States does. I'm ashamed of what's going on right now, what the people who are in power here in this country are doing. And I don't have a big voice. I don't have a lot of power, but I don't know. Got this Twitch channel. Got people who are watching right now. I'm going to advocate for what I believe in. Try and make changes where I can. Try and improve the world whatever way I can. It starts at home. So yeah, anyway, let's wrap this thing up for today. We'll find somebody else to write into who's doing some science here on Twitch, hopefully. Put a Deinonychus under our credits for today. And we might have to refresh that cache for it to work. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, I'm tired and I'm hungry. I didn't actually have lunch today, I just realized. Might be a little bit hangry. Yeah. Anywho. Who else is online right now? Thank you to everybody who's showing up in our credits. From raiders and new followers to subscribers and gifters and cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their contributions. I appreciate you more than you know. Here, continuing with the ocean conservation. Let's go right into Shark Geek. There we go. Excellent. Hopefully I'm feeling at 100% tomorrow. Ear infection is still something I'm trying to fight off, but yeah. Cross your fingers, I'm feeling better. And hope you all have a lovely evening or morning, whatever time it may happen to be where you are. Appreciate you being here and talking about science, talking about the past and present and future of our planet. Thank you to the moderators, of course, who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow.